the level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not.
Good morning. Welcome to the August 6th regular meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. We'll call this meeting to order, and I've asked Paul Schaefer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Paul, and welcome to our meeting. And with that, I'll ask Madam Clerk, are there any corrections, deletions, or additions to the agenda?
Yes, Chair. Item 35, SR 241069, will be moved to the afternoon session. And then item 30, SR 241017, will be moved to the morning session.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll move on to the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from the consent. So I'm going to introduce the consent calendar, items 1 through 25. Would anybody propose to pull an item from the consent calendar? No. Any board members wish to pull an item from the consent calendar, items 1 through 25? I am going to ask that we table Madam Clerk, I would like to pull item number 25, remove that from the consent calendar and not vote on that. That's an item to place a member to our TTAD Cemetery Board. With that, I would close, let's see, 25. Yep. We're going to open public comment on the consent calendar. Anybody here in the board chambers wish to make comments on items 1 through 25 on the consent calendar? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, any callers on the line for the consent calendar?
There are no callers on the line.
Okay, great. We'll close public comment. Seeing no public comment, and I'll ask if a board member would like to approve items 1 through 24, excluding item 25 for the consent calendar.
So moved.
Approval. Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
District 4, yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
District 5, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we're going to go ahead and open up.
Chair Bullock, before we move
Yes.
forward, we just want to make sure that we provide a correction to the changes in the agenda today for clarification for the board and for the public.
Okay, go ahead.
And then don't you have to vote?
Sorry about that. Item 35, SR 241069, will be moved to the morning session. Item number 30, SR 241017, will be moved to the afternoon session.
Okay. Understood. Looking at Chief Counsel, anything else? All set? Okay. Thanks for your flexibility there. With that, we're going to open up general public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, 25. I would like to remove that. I thought I made that clear. I'd like to remove that from consent and not vote on that today. I want to table that item. Do we need a motion to table that item?
Yes.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to table item 25. A motion and a second.
He made the motion, and I'm seconding it.
That's fine. I'll make a motion that we table item 25.
And I'll second it.
Second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are going to move on to general public comment. Anybody want to call, let's see. Anybody calling in over the phone, please get ready, queue them up, and then members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of the interest of the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. Please note that each speaker will be given 3 minutes, at which point the microphone will be automatically turned off. Therefore, please keep your comments clear and concise. In the interest of civil discourse, it's a responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attacks. Time limits may be modified at the chair of the board's discretion. You may provide comments by speaking directly to the board from inside the chamber or by calling 530-270-3474 to comment live over the phone. If you want to make public comment by phone, please call in at the beginning of the item so that you don't miss the opportunity. So with that, we'll open up public comment for items not appearing on the agenda today. You can address the board from the podium, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Randall Strassen. I live at 12148 V Court, Nevada City. I'm here to thank Chair Bullock for expressing his interest in the dry hydrant project earlier this year, and Supervisor Hall for consequently scheduling a meeting next week to review this project. While I'm not a professional firefighter, I firmly believe that dry hydrants such as this one can be a game changer for Nevada County, and I look forward to presenting our project in more detail next week. I'm delighted to report that as of yesterday afternoon, our dry hydrant is online. Fire Marshal Patrick Mason inspected it, plugged in the GPS coordinates, so now we have an additional 32,000 gallons of water for firefighters about 1 mile from the nearest hydrant. It is my hope that our dry hydrant project will be seen as a model that can be easily replicated across the county, bringing all of us a new level of fire safety at a very modest cost. Along with your support, I hope that UBNet and the union will pick up the story and help spread the word, inspiring others to do likewise. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments, Mr. Strassen. We're glad you got that set up. Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller on the line.
Okay, let's take them. Thanks.
Matthew Coulter, Grass Valley, running for City Council in Grass Valley. Pretty upset today. I was over there yesterday. Can you hear me? Am I live right now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Matthew.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Excellent. I was over there yesterday at the Rood Center, spoke with Allison, and spoke with Lisa about the homeless issue on Idaho Maryland camp. The police and sheriff are out there right now, multiple fires, multiple people that just keep cycling through the system, starting fires, doing crime, doing drugs. It is just a nest out there. And that's Rise Gold property, and they're suing the county. That's an issue. But after speaking with them and after going to the roads meeting yesterday, it wasn't even attended by Grass Valley at all. It was attended by Nevada City and the county, which I found odd because Grass Valley sure has a lot of road problems. But there's no bus. So I was stranded in Nevada City for 3 hours waiting for the bus. There's no signage. There is nothing that tells you that our local bus service is defunct. And that's a problem because a lot of disabled, elderly use the bus to get to doctor's appointments, and the working poor use the bus to get places. So we buy fancy electric buses, we rename it, we put fancy, horrible signage on the side of the buses that are just awful from the inside of the bus. You can't see out the windows. So motion sickness is an issue for me personally. But I'm just upset that these things are happening. I'm watching our county just be disintegrated in front of us with services from the police, from everything. We're grinding our EMS and fire departments into dust by having them respond nonstop to homeless drug addicts laying on the side of the road taking a nap in the dirt. They're causing fires, crime, and as far as what you read on personal attacks and such, I would like the elected and appointed officials to stop personally attacking me. So if you want the public not to attack our elected and appointed officials verbally, I think the same courtesy should be brought forward to the public. I record it. I record the berating of myself by these people, and nothing seems to get done about it. They get a free ride, they get their pensions, they get a gas card, they get a car, and they're just turned loose to do absolutely nothing for the public. We're getting screwed. Millions of dollars were just pushed through on the consent agenda without any talk about it. No comments, not allowed to comment on it, because Hardy, you are an auctioneer. You speak very fast, you move very fast through the meeting, and in doing so, it leaves a lot of people unable to call in time to be connected to talk I've talked about this for years now, that these meetings.
Matt, the 3 minutes is up, but we sure appreciate you calling in, appreciate your viewpoint, and welcome your thoughts further on that. We'll do our best here. With that, any other public comment here in the board chambers? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, any additional callers online?
No additional callers.
Okay, thanks. We're going to close general public comment at this time. We're going to move on to department head matters. This is item number 26, Child Support Services and Housing. This is our director, Mike Dent, and he's going to talk about a resolution proclaiming August 2024 as Child Support Awareness Month. Over to you, Mike.
How do we get it over here? Yeah, how do we get it over on the screen? I got the control panel. No, I can skip over too if you want me to. Oh. Good morning. Mike Dent, Director. Greetings to Chair Bullock and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. Mike Dent, Director of Housing and Community Services. You see me a lot on that aspect, but my day job is child support. And this August is Child Support Awareness Month. We haven't done a presentation to the board in probably about 4 or 5 years. We do have every year do resolutions on consent, but we haven't actually spoken to the board in probably about 5 years. So there's some new members, and we thought we'd take just a few minutes, six slides, going over what we do here in child support. Let me get my. There we go. So child support has 18 FTEs. And we do what our name says. We collect child support for people that are referred through social services and also privately. Anybody can get a child support case referred to us. And every year we bring in right around $7 million in child support for the families here in Nevada County, or orders that we're administering through this county. We're measured on federal performance standards. Not just us, but every agency in the state and every state in the nation is compared by these same 5 standards. And we're second in the state, which is great. We have a very high performance rate as of this last fiscal year, federal fiscal year 2023. And as our mission says, what we do is collect child support for the well-being of the children and the self-sufficiency of families, and delivering this in a professional manner. So what do we do? Our name has it in there, but first you got to figure out who the parent is. So establishing parentage is a big job that we do. And then establishing and modifying child support orders. Also, that goes along with that, with every single order, is health insurance. So if health insurance is available for the parent who's paying child support, we're asked that they get that through their employer for the child. So the whole idea is if you are on public assistance, maybe the parent outside the home has child support that could get you off of public assistance when it comes to medical care. The other activities we do is collect and distribute child support payments. We're kind of a neutral ground, and it's often high conflict dissolutions, and using us as a bank service, for lack of a better word, with no charges, which you don't find very often in the bank service, is kind of takes some of the anxiety out of the duties and responsibilities of the parents that owe child support. A little bit about what we do. So we are regional. Not many people know this, but we do serve Sierra County also. That's about a small portion of our caseload, but about 80 participants out of Sierra County. We've been doing that for, I think, about 13 or 14 years. And we also pride ourselves on shared service agreements. That's where we're helping other child support agencies out who may need some help in its particular duty. One example is we were part of about 13 counties that used another county to process our workers' comp and personal injury liens. So there's databases out there, and they know when you have a workers' comp claim or you're pending a personal injury award, and if you do owe child support, your name can be matched and referred to county. So we were using somebody to do this service. They had to back out due to staffing issues, and so we looked around and went, who else is going to do it? and we decided why don't we take over that role? So as the shared service agreement in one county dissolved, we started up a new one 3 years ago. And so we're actually servicing 6 other counties besides ourselves. And just in the last 2 years of doing this, we brought in over $600,000 in child support for the counties that we serve. So that's pretty good. One other thing we do with shared service is we help out other counties, like I said, who can't get some work done. There is a Valley County that we've been working with for about a year now on locate. And they give us little chunks of cases, about 100 at a time, that they just honestly can't get to, or they've looked at and they've been sitting for a while. And we help them try to locate the participants. So 100, out of the last 100 chunks, the last 100 cases that were sent over to us, we had solid locate on 20% of them, or about 20 of them. And we had additional information on 60 other cases, so about 60%. And this could mean that the individuals incarcerated may have died, may have left the country, may have been disabled and can't work. So we pass that information back to the county that we're partnering with, and that for them to follow up and take care of anything they need to do. Another example is our attorney is pretty well known in the state for being a mentor for other attorneys. And there's occasion that we may help another county out who can't get an attorney or just lost their attorney, and we help with legal services. It's all remote usually, but appearing in court for other counties is something we like to do. It's just another example of trying to help everybody out. So as I mentioned earlier, we're a high-performing organization. Second in the state this past federal fiscal year. We have a cost effectiveness of $2.81 for every dollar we spend. You can see the state average is a little bit lower. Across the board, if you look at that, that's why we're probably second in the state, is we're one of the higher performing folks. Everybody wonders who's number one. It's Placer County. So we're the top 2 are in the neighborhood here. But this is something we're really proud of, and it shows that the caseload, that behaviors and care that our caseworkers, who are lined up across the back row for you, do is just extraordinary. We also do other things customer service-wide, like less than a 5-minute wait in the lobby. We try to return all phone calls within 24 hours. We have embraced e-filing, which is just a game changer with the courts. And then things like DocuSign. It used to be you had to go have something mailed by the attorney, and then you have to sign it and you have to mail it back. That can all be done in literally an hour through e-file, through DocuSign. And then there's another really cool program called TextPro, which we can reach out with the generation that we have, and myself included. I'd rather have a text than have somebody call me. So this is a way to reach our participants digitally. There are some program changes coming up that have either happened or happening that I wanted to bring to your attention. So AB 207, it's been enacted just recently, May of this year, and what it does is if you were ever on public assistance and the parent outside the home paid or should have paid child support, and then you go off public assistance, that's called a publicly aided period, and any collection for that window of time went to the state of California. And with 207, it's called a full pass-through. Let's say 5 years later, the person outside the home, you're off aid, and the person outside the home, we found them, we get them to start paying on their arrears, their owed child support during that window of time. All that money goes to the parent now. It used to just go to the state, but now it's going to the parent. That just started in May of this year, and we've had 173 households in Nevada County receive $60,000 in basically old child support. Another example, getting money to where you need it. We do know that a lot of these changes at the state are based on, social reform tenants. Our caseloads are generally people with little or no means and the low end of the socioeconomic spectrum. So this is really money that could really help change the life of a child here. So that's 207. 1148 is a new one that kicked in January of this year, and it's been phasing in, but if you're incarcerated, now you have 10 months to get your life in order before you're supposed to charge child support. I see the logic behind it. You get out of jail, you got all of a sudden past experience, we just turned the clock back on and you start owing child support on month 1 out of custody. And now we're given an opportunity of 10 months to get yourself in order before we can enforce orders. So that's going to have an unknown negative impact on our collections, but this will happen. You know, it's happening, and we're following the law, obviously, on this. 1686 is a foster care referral. Generally, if a child's been removed from the home, both parents are receiving child support orders to pay for the cost of foster care, basically. And this new law went into effect in January. January of this year. We can't enforce child support on a case like this unless we can prove that you make over $100,000. And so that's something we're we don't have a lot of foster care cases, and then to have somebody whose kid's been removed making $100,000 or more is even more rare. So generally speaking, there's no collections on foster care cases anymore. As an example, since they implemented this, we've had to close 150 cases. Again, unknown impact, but right now it's about $100,000 a year less in collections on just those foster care cases. 1055 is the license. One of our biggest tools in the toolbox is taking driver's licenses and professional licenses. We've suspended doctor's licenses, contractor's licenses, architect licenses. You know, if you're not paying child support, that's a good tool in the toolbox. Now we cannot do that anymore unless we can prove that you make at least 70% of the median income. So coming out of jail now, if that's the example, you have 10 months to get your child support in order, and we won't suspend your license during that period of time because you're not, in theory, making that 70% AMI. This is very, very impactful to our collection. Very well-used tool nationwide, and with California, they're making some limits on that with 70% AMI or more. The last one is 343. Removes the department's ability to file based on presumed income. We'd always go minimum wage job times percentage of custody gives you how much child support you owe. And recently, the guideline calculator has been adjusted, and the lower income bands have. The theory is, if you make less money, if your child support order is lower, then you're going to participate in the program more. Makes sense, and we do see that through our mediations. But this is, an example I'm pulling out of my Wayback Machine is when I was in child support 27 years ago, a minimum wage order was $310. It just seared in my brain. I've carried it with me all these years. And I just checked, and our minimum wage order right now for low income is about $380. So it's just crept up a little bit over the last 3 decades. But we're layering in the social reform aspect of it, which is important to consider. So basically, when it comes to child support, it's how much money you make and what percentage of custody you have of the children. But so that's what we do kind of with our clients and at the state and local level. But what are we doing for our community? And one thing that we always do, we've done the last 4 years, is a backpack drive to coincide with the school resuming and child support awareness. So we hope that this effort raises awareness in the community, also gives kids a brand new shiny backpack full of stuff that they can start the school year with. And so this year we participated with Communities Beyond Violence. Last year we partnered with Bright Futures for Youth. This year with CBV. And we had a really great effort. We packed 334 backpacks this year. I think we had about a little over 200 last year. About half of them were handed out at the giveaway at Nevada Union at the stadium this past Saturday through the Hope for Nevada County event. We're also distributing some up the hill in District 5 at Sierra Community House. I think they've already gone up there. And North San Juan has a giveaway next week. We're going to distribute some at North San Juan. First day of school, go swing by and get a new backpack on the way in or the way out. And then also we've given some to our partner, obviously Community Beyond Violence. And then child welfare always gets backpacks. And we're really hoping this will give us another avenue to reach out to families besides our activities with the library and other community events. And I just want to, this will probably be the last time you'll see me with my child support hat on, but I wanted to let you know that, I appreciate your time in giving this presentation, explaining a little bit of what child support does. And I really want to give a big shout out to my crew in the back row. Quietly, you walk in our office, and I always like saying, this is where the magic happens, $7 million a year, and you walk in, it's just, average cubicle-looking place. And they are just so dynamic between our legal team and our support staff, our child support staff. I'm just really proud of them. And it shows with our ranking in the state. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike. We appreciate the presentation, and it was good to hear from you again, and thanks to all the staff members that come here and visit with us today. I'll open it up to the board for any questions for Mike on his presentation. No questions? Questions? Supervisor Hook?
No questions, but it's pretty impressive that for a community our size does this kind of volume and helps other counties. I'm impressed with that. So it gives another thing that we do well. So thank you, all of you back there. It's a lot of work. I had a couple of people sometimes that call and have issues, and you guys we get referred, they always get straightened out. And I think people need to know too that it's not always a bad deal. There's always work that's involved with that, and sometimes it even blends families back together. When you have these conversations, it's not always a disastrous thing to pay your child support, right? So what the work you're doing is like almost social work on the other same side of it. And so there's a lot of really great things that happen in this program. So congratulations on being so high up in the state with that and the work that you do. I think that's exemplary. So
Appreciate
thanks
that.
for bringing this this presentation. It was eye-opening, so thanks.
And I think that's the culture that this county has. There are child support agencies in the state that don't do a lot of shared services. We do it because that's kind of the nature that we are. We help each other out, it doesn't matter what department you're in, and it doesn't really matter what child support agency you are, because we can dip into your cases and work them if you want us to.
Yeah, just along that same line. Does Child Support Services work with other agencies or organizations such as CASA or Big Brothers Big Sisters, or is that?
Yes, we do any public outreach that we can get or do, can connect with. We go up to, also up to Loyalton and do outreach up there, because that is the biggest population in Sierra County. And any nonprofits. I think there's even a class that's getting some backpacks too. Isn't there a school? Yeah, there's a school, besides North San Juan, there's a school that's reached out and said, hey, could really use some, and so we're gonna help them out too.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and that was really a push this year too. Yeah, so that's great, thank you. Thank you for that.
Great staff working on this.
How many, I've always been a little confused with the overall area that you are involved with. I think at one point we were doing work for Los Angeles County, if I'm not mistaken.
We were.
But how many families right here in Nevada County are you dealing with?
That's the 4,200 number.
4,200.
About 4,200 families, yeah. For the most part. Some of them we're enforcing orders where they used to live here, but they have a connection to Nevada County one way or the other.
This is a great rate then. Great rate of collection. So thank you for your service. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
Supervisor Hall?
Yeah, to echo my colleagues, thank you, Mike, for all your work on this these last few years, and thank you to staff. That is a lot. It's a big caseload, it sounds like, to have, and it sounds like you've been very successful. These programs are keeping families, single moms or single dads, from falling into poverty. So it's super important that we do this, and I just appreciate all the time and effort you spend in making it work well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, and thank you for your staff being here and all the hard work. I look at this, and I think one of the reasons that we are so highly ranked in the state, you do all the things that are mandated, but it's the above and beyond that you do, and I've seen it firsthand from people in the community of really trying to help people and not make this punitive, but to bring everything together. I wasn't able to make it to the backpack drive, but I did talk to a few people that were there, and they said it was the most amazing event that they've seen, with people showing up and the demand and the need, and how so many kids were able to get backpacks to go back to school. So thanks for all that hard work, and I'm sure that you guys were all out there. Really appreciate it.
Thanks. They were all gone by noon. 2 hours.
Mike, quick question. Can you go to the cost slide, cost and recovery slide?
Oops.
Ish. There was a figure in there. Yeah, right here, 281 and 235.
Yes.
Is that, what's the cost unit? What's the measurement? Is that
It's $1, so $1 of our budget, our budget's about
dollar of our budget recovers
Yeah,
281?
it recovers 2.81.
I got it.
Every
Okay.
year it changes.
Okay, thank you.
Based
And then the other piece was children put into foster care. Do the parents sort of have custody of them still in some fashion, or do they pay hoping to get back on their feet and recover that child?
Just putting my social services hat on from years of doing that, the idea when you take a child from a home is to reunite right off the bat. So to answer your question, yes, the goal is to reunite. Sometimes kids are in foster care for a few days, a few weeks. Sometimes there's a decision not to reunify, so they may be in foster care for a couple of years.
Mhm.
Ideally, that's not a goal. So right now, folks going in foster care, unless they're from a well-to-do family, are going to be most likely reunited with that parent.
And the parent will be asked to pay the foster family for some period
Only
of
if
time?
it makes 100, was it 70,000 or more?
Oh, I see. The threshold. Okay.
100%, $100,000 a year or more.
Or more. Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Mike, for presenting all this, and job well done, and great work for the staff here as well on the backpack drive. I wasn't able to attend, but I did see Paul, and he described that backpack drive in Truckee. With that, we'll go ahead and open up public comment. Anybody in the board chambers like to make comments on Mike's presentation? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
We do have one caller.
One caller. Okay, let's bring him in.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Matthew Coulter commenting on the fact that a lot of students ride the bus. Young kids, high school, Sierra College. So I hope you're going to notify all of them that they're going to have to take their backpacks that they just got from China and get hoofing it to school. So they're not standing out at a bus stop waiting to get to school. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Matt. Any other comments here in the board chambers? Seeing none, we'll quit. Sorry, Siri's asking me stuff. We'll go ahead and close public comment here on item number 26, and thanks again, Mike, for your presentation. Yeah, you want to do a picture? Let's do it. No, it is a little verbal. Like, I can,
he's mumbling. I'm like, what is going on?
you have to listen very, very closely.
I know. Well, I'll go get my ears checked if it's me.
No, I got it. Especially with Matthew. Sometimes I can hear him verbally, but sometimes not. It could be his cell phone.
He moves around. He's not stationary.
He's walking. Okay. Wait, are we supposed to be talking this?
We have to stand up here.
I'll stand next to you.
You're going to stand there. Yeah. We'll stand there.
Don't stand behind Mike.
Yeah.
They won't go see you.
Yeah, we do. With that, I would call for a motion to accept this report.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
Thank you.
With that, we're on to item number 27. This is Director of Emergency Services, Craig Griesbach, and this is an informational presentation from the Nevada County Office of Emergency Services, Wildfire Coordinator, and Youth Emergency Preparedness Outreach Intern regarding implementation of the 2024 Disaster Engagement Strategy and Youth Emergency Preparedness Outreach Project to increase the level of preparedness of Nevada County youth in the case of an emergency or disaster. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Craig Griesbach.
Good morning, Chair Bullock and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County. Over the last several years, our team has been engaging and educating the community on all disaster preparedness at all levels. We know that if we approach preparedness alone, we can only achieve very little. But if we do this together as a community, there's nothing that really will be impossible for us. Having an engaged community sets us apart from other counties as we have disaster preparedness ambassadors, not just here at the county, but scattered throughout the county, throughout all ages, all demographics. Through our team's work on our annual engagement strategy, we noticed gaps in being able to reach young families and youth in our community. In order for us to be successful with disaster preparedness, it is vital that this missing middle is added to our team of preparedness ambassadors. This last spring, we saw a great opportunity to help improve engagement of our community's youth through hiring a youth outreach intern to work on our youth emergency preparedness outreach project. It is my pleasure to introduce two amazing ladies that we have with us today to highlight their great work. First off, we have Alessandra Zambrano, who is our county wildfire coordinator and leads much of our community and county outreach efforts. Next up, we have Suleika Denise, who is our youth outreach intern, who has done heavy lifting with this specific project. Very amazed at what they've been able to both accomplish in such a short period of time. So with that, Alessandra, take it away.
Good morning, Chair Bullock and members of the board. I'm very excited to be presenting on our Youth Emergency Preparedness Project today. So we're the Office of Emergency Services. I'm Alessandra, the County Wildfire Coordinator, and I'm joined by Suleika, our Youth Outreach Intern. So the County Wildfire Coordinator position was originally created by the California Fire Safe Council through their County Coordinator Grant Program, which is funded by CAL FIRE and California Climate Investments. We were originally awarded this grant in 2021, and then were offered an opportunity to renew our grant in 2024. What makes the County Coordinator Program a really unique opportunity is it's not a grant program that funds mitigation on the ground or the development of a strategic plan. Rather, it's funding a full-time administrative position to serve as a county coordinator who is tasked with countywide education, collaboration, and partnership to develop a more wildfire resilient county. This gives you an idea of what we've been able to accomplish under our previous and current grant, and you can see that we've been able to turn a relatively small investment into a monumentous force. And really through this program, we've been started to be able to move the needle on wildfire resilience in Nevada County, and we're excited to see where it will take us next. As Craig mentioned, we developed strategic planning around outreach through the County Coordinator Program because we really recognized it was an opportunity to do something that we in OES hold dear, which is to know better, to do better. And in 2023, we developed a wildfire engagement strategy to really start and track and understand where OES is in Nevada County, who are we educating, who are we missing, and how do we start to close those gaps. This then evolved into the 2024 disaster engagement strategy, taking those lessons learned and applying it to an all hazards approach across our county so that we're not just educating our community about wildfire, but also about other disasters like winter storm, and even how do we recover from these types of incidents. And one common theme across both strategies was that we need to do a better job preparing our Nevada County youth. So we decided to create the Youth Emergency Preparedness Project and hire an intern to serve as our Youth Emergency Preparedness Outreach Intern. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to Suleika so she can share with you what she's been doing this summer while she's been working within OES.
Good morning, Chair Bullock and members of the board. My name is Suleika Denise, and I'm the OES Youth Intern. I'm going to be discussing the increasing youth engagement and community preparedness. The goal of this position was to get an understanding of why the youth isn't getting what the OES team is putting out to the public. With my help, we've been working on things that are eye-catching to people around my age. Once we created these things that are youth-oriented, we put them up places I know the youth are. OES does have a Facebook account, which is good, but if you want to get the youth's attention, using an app like Instagram is the better way to do it, because I know like almost everybody my age has an Instagram, but like none of them have a Facebook account. So better ways to reach the youth is, of course, the social media, because the more you use social media, the more people will see it, especially people my age, since they're online so much. Another way to reach them is to meet them at places they are. An example of this is handing out Ready, Set, Go books at places like gyms, nail salons, and even froyo places, because they're always there. Another fun way to do this is by making short, informative videos. We did this when we made our candy salad video.
Sandra, and I'm the Nevada County. I brought Sweetheart Rope Bites and Skittles.
Steve, the Festival Space Inspector, candy corn, and gummy bears. Gummy worms.
Courtney Personini, Admin Analyst, Hot Tamales, Mike and Ike's.
Alex, Senior Analyst, Unicorns and Smurfs.
Ricky Martinez, the Festival Space Supervisor, Fruit Snacks, Jolly Ranchers, and Rolos.
Sandra, and I.
With my position, I began changing a few things. One of the first things I started to change was the flyers. I made them more youth-oriented. They're really bright and easy to read. I did go to a Thursday night market, and I did notice not a lot of youth did go to our booth. And I think it was because it was a little boring and just kind of straight to the point. So for hot summer nights, I changed a few things and ordered some flame sunglasses, bubbles, lots of candy and chips I know people will like. And here's a video of it. As well as that, I have been posting a lot on the Instagram and Facebook. So with that, I made some short reels that are easy to watch.
Do you know your evacuation zone? If not, this is how you can find out. You're going to search up protect.genesis. And in the search bar, you're going to put your address. Right here is your zone. And if you scroll down, you can see your zone on the map. Are you registered for emergency alerts? If not, go to readynevadacounty.org/emergency alerts. Once you're there, click here. If you're having any trouble, contact 211.
With my position, I founded the first Youth Emergency Preparedness Week. I made cute and aesthetically pleasing Instagram and Facebook posts. And because I posted them on both Instagram and Facebook, I did notice that the numbers were higher for Instagram, especially with the amount of youth. I was also given the chance to create a proposed outreach event. I picked a summer safety pool party because it does fit the theme of the information we're trying to push out, but it's also really fun. The next steps, I would say, would be getting more youth-oriented materials. Things like bracelets and bags are fun and usable for everybody. Also, diversity on social media is good because the more social media that's put out there, the more people will see it and actually look at it. Continuing youth internships is good because things do change. So what I think is cool right now may not be cool in 2 years. So if you continue to have youth interns, you can be constant with what's being put out there. And leverage with youth hangout spots are good because if you're there where the youth is, then you're always going to be able to have that connection with them.
At this point, we would like to invite an opportunity for questions.
Alessandra and Suleika, thank you so much for the presentation. I have a bunch of questions, but I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to start. You want to start us off?
I just have one kind of, so I totally appreciate the fact that you know that what's cool right now might not be cool in 2 years, because we look at that and go, we don't even know what's cool right now. So thank you for being the eyes and ears of the coolness of youth. In your experience in talking with the youth, what do you think is the thing that they're most interested in knowing and understanding? Is it, how to have a plan with their family? Is it evacuation? What they can do to help prevent fire? I mean, where's the interest?
I think mostly like how to be prepared, but also like I know a lot of people like to go to like the river and like the lake, so just how to do that safely.
Oh, great. That's a great message to be putting out there. So, well, thank you for all your hard work in this. I think it's great, especially the opportunity to meet kids where they are versus trying to, understanding that they're not going to show up to meetings and things that we do often to get the message out. So thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is awesome. What a great program. I can already see that we need to put youth on some of our other programs to reach that cohort. So thank you for diving in. Thank you for, conceiving of this program or finding it and creating it, and diving in that the way you did and really just taking it on and going for it. This is really shows that you have initiative and good mentors and leaders to help you. But this is also something that you can put on your resume and take with you and wherever you go next. But I just want to commend everyone. This is really, really great. We should definitely look at how to keep this sort of thing going. I'd love to see it for our cohort on our river, our outreach. We've done so much more on our river outreach, really upped our game in terms of social media, but we might be able to do more as well. So thank you. This is really great. What a wonderful presentation.
Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, good presentation, great work. I'm thinking though, when you were doing the markets, did you also interact with the adult, the older generation?
I did talk to a few, but I left it mostly to Alessandra.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, because they had a lot more complex questions that I didn't know the answer to.
I'm just getting into Facebook. That's usually the way it goes. This is a great program, and I think you're getting success out of this. I think and if the kids are getting the information, theoretically, that's going home to the adults. Am I correct? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, and she's very much playing it down, but she did interact with several adults, helped people get evacuation tags. And one of the benefits of having Suleika at the markets is because the material was a lot more youth-oriented, families were coming up to the booth rather than like constituents that we normally talk to who are already involved in wildfire mitigation. We had a lot of young families come up who this was kind of their first time engaging with us, and the kids had an opportunity to get some fun tattoos from Suleika, learn a little bit, and then Ricky and I could talk to the adults and making sure that they were signed up for Code Red. So it's a really great like interception point as well, because it brings everybody to the booth.
Great. Great program.
Yeah, this was fantastic. I think just another step, because we do know that if we reach to the youth, that message goes home. It really broadens that. We see this with a lot of different things, whether it's waste management or, I mean, just on and on. So, and the river safety issue, I like what Heidi just was talking with, what we deal with the river cohort. That's a great idea to manage that social media. I'm not a Snapchatter or any of those things, but I see how those really make a difference with my grandchildren and stuff that works. So these are good avenues, good places to learn, and we just keep getting bigger and better. I'd love to see something like this when they, the high school does a great presentation. What a wonderful place to have a student involved in that really brings the kids in, and it's different than having an adult be there when it's run by a student. So this youth commission started and opened up doors for us at the county that as us as individuals get to learn. Like I said, I don't know what goes on at high school anymore every day, right? I'm the old person. It's very interesting. I feel refreshed by having you all here and having your input. So thank you for the work, because it's a summer job. You could have been out being at the river and hanging, doing those other things, but you chose to be part of this great organization that does good things. So appreciate it. Thanks, Alexandra. You're doing a great job, both of you. Zelinka, keep up the good work. I'm sure we're going to see you in the future doing something special.
Turn my mic on. Yeah, I think a lot of it's been said, but thank you so much for contributing your summer and taking your time to contribute. I was paying close attention to how you rebranded everything, so it shifted gears from what I look at to the other piece. I know that grabbed the attention. The marketing piece around bringing kids along to get their families to come along is perfect, right? Because if the kids are doing it, then the family's going to do it, and they encourage that. My question was, most of mine got answered, but one kind of Supervisor Swarthout's question, when you talk about this topic with youth, what comes up? I mean, what do they really care about? Are they saying, hey, I want to understand evacuation, or I want to do home hardening, or I care about climate change, or what exactly are the topics that are coming up, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, well, it's definitely not a topic it's talked about a lot, but once they see it, they start talking about oh, well, I didn't know that, so this is cool, and then they dig a little deeper.
Yeah, and ask more questions, and then their parents will ask questions, and yeah. Well, thank you, and Craig, thanks for your leadership in this space to do something new and out of the box. It's, we're always looking for ways to reach other people and new people, so thank you. With that, if we have no other additional questions from the board, I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody in the chamber here like to make a public comment?
Chair Pollock, I just want to point out,
Yeah.
we had our regional meeting with Grass Valley, Town of Truckee, and Nevada City, and we had the panel from Butte County and lessons learned from the Paradise Fire. One of the tools and recommendations they made was to outreach for students and youth. So just really proud of staff for taking that learning and implementing it here locally.
Right, yeah, and Craig mentioned that, I think, in an email, and so thank you for bringing that up. It's awesome to see that the kind of paid some dividends from our meeting there together. And I just would like to mention, I will feel remiss if I didn't mention that the people affected by the Park Fire, one of the biggest fires in California's history, we personally have a place near there, and so it's really been touching to see everybody chip in to try and fight that fire. We understand there's a lot of assets and personnel that are working hard to keep the rest of what's left of that corner of our state from burning up. It's really troubling. But anyway, your work and your effort could prevent such a catastrophic disaster. It's pretty cool to think about what you can prevent in your work. So thank you. With that, we'll open up for public comment. Anybody like to make a public comment?
Good morning, supervisors and everyone here. Boy, that really hit my heartstrings in a positive way. I've known a lot of young people in this community for a very long time, hung out with them, and a lot of them would say, you know what, Bill, you're not old, you're just young at heart. And I commend these ladies for doing what they're doing. Many years ago, I spent a big majority of my time making sure that the teenagers of this county got home safe. If they were drinking, I would take them home. And they would ask me, well, do you want money for gas? And I said, if you can give me a few nickels, fine. If you can't, fine. The top priority for me is getting them home. I would be on the road till 8 or 9 o'clock the next morning. And I just wanted to go back to commend these people for what they're doing. God bless them. The youth are our future. You know, I've been out of high school for many, many years, but I'll tell you one thing. I've learned so much from young people. I'm a graduate of Placer High, and I'm proud of it. And I'm proud of these folks for doing what they're doing. So please, everybody, give them a big hand.
Thanks for your comments, Bill. Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller.
Okay, let's bring him in.
Matthew Coulter, Grass Valley. I understand that the youth don't use Facebook, but I encourage them to use the old folks information site and join my Concerned Citizen page on Facebook. Also, I'm concerned that the buses, again, are part of our evacuation system. And without that, we don't have lift for disabled youth, which there are a lot of in our community. There are a lot of wheelchair-bound people, youth included, that need access to evac. And by eliminating things like that, it's putting everyone at risk, including the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Any other public comments here in the board chambers? Any other callers on the line?
No further callers.
No? Okay. With that, we'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for any final discussion. Seeing none, I would go ahead and entertain a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Job well done. You guys want to get a picture? Okay, let's do it.
Hello, board. My name is Erica Seward. Oh, we're not ready yet.
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm just really excited about this next item, so.
We're going to turn it over to you.
Yeah,
Take it away.
So my name is Erica Seward, your Senior Management Analyst, and it's my pleasure to introduce this next item and long-awaited presentation by our friends from the California State Association of Counties. We're joined by Catherine Freeman and Paul Schaefer. I'd also like to acknowledge our Vice Chair, Hall, for your excellent leadership at CSAC as the co-chair of the Ag, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee, your efforts leading a wildfire insurance working group, amongst many other roles, and invite you to say a few words and welcome our guests.
Thank you. I'm so excited to have you guys here. It took so long to get this to happen. But I'm just going to turn it back over to you so that you can make the presentation. I'll have lots of thank yous to do afterwards. Thanks.
Hello. Great to be back before the board. My name is Catherine Freeman. I'm the Senior Legislative Advocate for Agriculture, Environment, and Natural Resources at the California State Association of Counties, which is CSAC. I want to thank you, Board Chair Bullock, for having CSAC here to present us the 2023 Challenge Award. And a special thank you, and I want to echo Erica's comments. Thank you so much, Supervisor Hall, for all of your work as our chair of our Ag, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee, the Wildfire Insurance Group, which is so hard to work through, and as a member of our Board of Directors. We really appreciate you very much. So I wanted to give a little bit of information about CSAC and some opportunities we have before I get into the Challenge Award itself. So besides strong advocacy on behalf of our counties for nearly 130 years, CSAC, 130 years, the team also supports each board of supervisors and the communities you serve with a slate of customized programs. We offer cutting-edge professional development through our county foundation, the CSAC Institute for Excellence in County Government, and our newest program, which is one that I'm pretty proud of and I think that you've taken advantage of, is our CSAC Grants Initiative. The Grants Initiative provides all counties with no-cost assistance in identifying and obtaining much-needed grants. When I advocate before the legislature, I often say the one thing that's so hard is the serial grants. Always trying to search down the grant, make sure we have the grant, finish the grant, and then go again. And it's just a challenge. So we at CSAC are trying to support you in that effort. There is a weekly newsletter. We always have a weekly newsletter for many different subjects, and we're happy to share that with anybody that needs it. But I'm here for one reason, and that is to present a 2023 Challenge Award for your collaborative solutions. I'm going to get it right this time. Collaborative solutions for visitor safety and outdoor recreation in rural California. Some of this you already know, but I'm going to say it anyway for the public because I think they need to know about this excellent program. I personally, just a point of personal privilege, love recreating in Nevada County. It's been one of the places that I go to be happy on the weekends, to hike, to bike. It's just a wonderful place to be. So Nevada County boasts a wealth of outdoor recreation opportunities, attracting both residents and tourists to its rivers, lakes, trails, and open spaces. The surge in visitors in recent years has placed significant strain on local resources, leading to environmental damage and safety hazards. And with over 800,000 annual visitors, myself included, and 2.1 million to the surrounding Tahoe National Forest around the South Yuba River, the counties face numerous challenges. These include lost and injured visitors in river canyons, not myself, excessive trash, human waste, pet waste, illegal parking, traffic congestion, and the heightened risk of wildfire due to climate impacts. These issues necessitate urgent and effective interventions to ensure visitor safety and environmental protection. 6 years ago, Nevada County established the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort. This multi-stakeholder working group includes public lands agencies, local and regional fire districts, law enforcement, nonprofits, community representatives. And the monthly meetings coordinated by your county staff provide a platform for discussion, data tracking, and public coordination. The cohort has implemented various solutions, the burn ban ordinance, installing emergency call boxes, supporting trail and river ambassadors, increasing parking fines and enforcement, distributing safety information, and securing waste management facilities. In 2022, the cohort's efforts led to the adoption by this board objective, which was recreation as a Board of Supervisors objective. The initiative dedicated $1 million in ARPA funding and general fund to enhance river and trail ambassador programs, install new infrastructure, and develop safety signage and public safety materials. The county also established the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund grant program, funding 17 projects that leveraged over $3 million. Sierra Nevada Conservancy, one of our great partners at the state, awarded $200,000 to develop a recreation and resiliency master plan. Coordinated messages such as Stay Out, Stay Alive initiative have been launched to educate visitors on safety. Advocating for resources, coordinating messaging, and implementing practical solutions, this board and Nevada County has effectively mitigated the impacts of increased visitation and improved user safety and experiences and enhanced the local economy. These achievements impressed the 2023 Challenge Award judges, of which there were 400 applicants and 16 were awarded. So congratulations to Nevada County. It is a great honor. I'm not going to pull it out because I'm going to break it. To present the 2023 Challenge Award to Nevada County for the Collaborative Solutions for Visitor Safety and Outdoor Recreation in Rural California program, which safeguards against environmental degradation and safety issues resulting from increased visitation. Congratulations to the county, congratulations to the Board of Supervisors, and particularly congratulations to your staff members who have done such an amazing job in improving the safety in Nevada County. And thank you personally from myself as well, and from our team at CSAC.
Wow, thank you. I was going to turn it over to Supervisor Hook and Supervisor Hall to start out and say thank yous, and yeah, start with you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this presentation. I want to make sure that we include Supervisor Hook, who's also co-led the group, the cohort with me for the last 5 years now, I believe. So I'll just start out. We're really thrilled to get this award, and it comes, after we received this reward, as folks may know, we then received a Best in Class from the National Association of Counties for the program in a different sort of form, but for the same kind of work that we've been doing. It is innovative. It's been a long time, a lot of work for a long time, but I have to my number one message is that this would not have happened without the partners that we have. They have showed up. So Hank Weston started this group before I came on the board. They met once a year. I came on the board. We ended up increasing it to almost once a month. We've had multiple staff staffing it, but people have shown up month after month after month. And then when Sue Hook came on board, she joined me, and a critical part of this group to making sure that people know what we're doing, that we come together, that we address the real issues. We're addressing the hardest issues. When you look at the litany of things we've addressed and gotten done, it's some of the hardest stuff to do. But because I don't see it in the staff report, and I'm going to call out, and Sue, you got to help me with this, make sure I name everyone who's been on this group. So BLM, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, state parks, the Sheriff's Office, CHP, CAL FIRE, most of our fire agencies, Circle, the Purdon Toilet Gang, I don't know what to call them. Jesse Vox has been showing up for Recreation General, the Gold, what's the State Parks nonprofit? Sierra Gold Parks Foundation. Who am I missing? Pascal for her neighborhood. So these folks have been showing up month after month after month, unless they're pulled out for a fire. That's the one time when we miss people. And what we've heard is that this collaboration, this ability to get together, is what made this work. It wasn't just working together where everyone contributed to the solutions, but it was having the hard conversations about traffic and ticketing, and how do we do it as a group, and how do we get cell phones down in the canyon. And we've had staff, so Steve Monahan's helped us with that. Thank you for that. Staff have been deeply involved with helping us make all this happen. And the staffing on the group itself. So it was Jeffrey and Alex for a while, and now Erica. And then the public safety piece, the outreach piece has really ramped up, Erica, since you've been on, and that there's been a subgroup to make sure that the messaging that gets out there for the river is done. So we know we have lots more to do. We really would like to see this ramped up even bigger so we can really attack some of those issues that take a lot more money. But the seeds are here to get there, and I can't thank our partners enough. We just really were the convener, and we managed to come up with some money, but it was all of you who made it happen, and we will continue to work on these issues as long as it's needed. We're all willing. Thank you so much for the award, for recognizing that, CSAC. It's been a pleasure and joy working with you on all the issues, but we love being recognized as well. I'd love to turn it over to Sue Hook to see what she might want to add.
Well, you covered that so eloquently. I feel like, again, it's our partners that make this all happen. I remember that first time when we got together to try to figure out the funding to put bandanas out. And everybody came together and found little dollars here and there, and the county has been such an amazing supporter. But it just was amazing to have that all come together by just a conversation that happened in a room. How can we make it safer? And I keep thinking what it would be like here if we didn't have those in place where we are now. Because we are inundated with visitors, and we're still having to educate, and we still have tragedies. We have the most amazing search and rescue team here, and they've put together, we've seen them do in the fire boat, they've done presentations and practices so that we can see what's actually happening down on the river. Signage is huge. Tricia's been a great help with that, and our team that makes our signs, because they have to be replaced and we have to paint the red lines. I mean, there's so many things that go on. They seem little, but then they're big in the overall picture. And we just really appreciate seriously being recognized for this. I think it could be a point that folks can take this and use it in different counties and really become successful like we've done with it, I think. And I see some of our partners out in the audience, and so happy to have them here, because I think it's those conversations and inputs. Circle keeps track. Our River Ambassador program, incredible. And then that led to a Trail Ambassador program, so that we're hitting people at the beginning of their process of vacationing or enjoying our areas. And I think that's been really important when you look at the numbers and what we do with social media. Now I'm learning that social media is not quite, but we got to add to Instagram and some of those other things. Now we got to hit those youth a little bit differently. And our fire departments, they do show up, even in the midst of, I mean, there's sometimes when there's fire going on, but emergency services is huge in this, and OES, and I see how we can combine some of that with some of the dollars that can help us move our projects forward. And Erica, you have done a fabulous job. You're a great partner. Jeffrey, all of the people that work to make this happen. It's been, and I just get to be a part of it. And that's the fun part, where I'm just the small part in the convening side of it. So thank you all. I really appreciate you guys coming in today, because this is this award is a big part of what you guys contribute to this. So thank you. And thanks, Heidi. You've been a great leader. And I got to thank Hank. You know, he had this idea, was a small idea that we've grown, and it really is exciting to see where we're going to lead. We have more great ideas.
Yeah, thanks for the comments, Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, well, there's so much to say on this. It's always an honor to receive an award from CSAC. I think CSAC's a special organization too, so thank you for being here. And all I can say is, you know, I'm kind of the old school that came in with the thought, well, we don't have a recreation district, so not much we can do with recreation. And I commend, not, you know, Hank for maybe starting this, but really you guys for really making this work. And making us realize we have tremendous recreation, whether we can pay for it or not, that goes on within our county, and it's extremely important. And I just can't say enough for the work that you guys have done. Hopefully it gets extended out. I mean, you can see the day when the same practices going on the South Yuba is happening on the Bear River and some of the other streams that we have in the area too. So it's an honor to receive this award, and it's an opportunity to say thank you to you guys.
Thanks, Ed. Supervisor Swarthout.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you for the award. We appreciate you being here this morning. I'm really proud to be part of a county that values recreation like we do here. It hasn't always been the case, and I attribute the four of you, as well as the people who came before you, for making this a priority. When you look at how much recreation touches in the community, it's not just the people who come here to recreate, but it's our community development department with economic development. It's our sheriff's department who's out there working to make things safe, public works with the signage, our technology with the phones. So it really, it's bigger than just the recreation department here. It touches everybody. So being acknowledged for that is just very gratifying. So thank you. And I really want to thank Supervisors Hook and Hall for carrying the water on this one, because this is a hard one. Giving people tickets when they're parked on the side of the road. Just those are the main things I see on chatter on social media, but that's huge. I mean, safety is a value for us, and so we have to figure out ways to make it more safe. And thank you both for taking the necessary steps to do that, because I know it's not easy. So very appreciative and grateful for the award.
I just need to add, Sarah Hollyhead was also someone who staffed it. So Jeffrey, Sarah, with Alex, and Erica. So I want to thank you all for that.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of it's been said, but I just want to thank you for taking the time to come up here and honor the county for our work, and thanks Supervisor Hall and Supervisor Hook for the South Yuba cohort. I've always looked up to that group, and I think when I first started, I convened a group similar, kind of based on that framework, to address the challenges in Eastern County related to recreation impact and peak period impact. And then, I can say that finding content every month, assembling the agendas, keeping the partners in the room, and then holding people accountable for the decisions you make in that meeting, it's like a whole machine that goes on all the time. And I see it in our CCC group, but your South Yuba cohort really led the way. And I just want to commend you for doing that work, because it's not just a one-time deal. It's like constantly, churning and working through those challenges. So job well done. And then recreation, I know Shabadi's here, and we welcome you as the new recreation coordinator for us, and we have the recreation master plan done, so we can expect great things going forward for the county and our partners in the recreation sphere. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment on this item. Is there anybody here, or partners or otherwise, in the board chambers that would like to say a few words? Any callers on the line, Madam Clerk?
We do have one caller.
Oh, Jesse's coming up. We're going to start with Jesse. Thank you.
It's been such an honor to work with the cohort, and as the president of Sierra Gold Parks Foundation, which is the association for our 3 state parks in Western Nevada County, the idea of parks for all, they're free. We have everybody coming to recreate for mental health, for physical activity, and that's a huge impact. And so I have to say, for you guys to have the vision to open up those ARPA funding for that $1 million plus or whatever it was, on behalf of the parks, our $71,000 that we received, we were able to get a litany of things that we wouldn't be able to have put into the parks, from garbage cans to CMS signs to kiosks that are never ever going to rot or fall down because they're steel, powder coated, and absolutely gorgeous. It's just amazing to have that support and what you get for that. And so thank you so much to the board for opening those funds up and the amazing projects that came out of that, and to be recognized as such an amazing thing. So, and of course the partners, I cannot speak so highly of such an amazing group of humans that love our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Jesse, for the comments. All right, Madam Clerk, any callers on the line? Or
I'm going to give Jessie a little credit too. She is like our videographer organizer. She did, like, we have many little videos out to help educate, and the work being done with the PIO teams to make it all unified has been another really, really important part of this. So we're all on the same page. Not everybody's posting something different or getting a message out. And Erica, you guys, that team has done an incredible job. So, and Jesse, thank you for organizing when we were doing the videos. You guys did a tremendous job, so we appreciate it. And I just want to say, because we had to shift midstream and do it all in Spanish. And you made that happen in a very short period of time. So thank you again. So I think that was a huge lift.
Yeah, the day visitor craze really came on board about 3 years ago in East County. So we realized that it wasn't necessarily the visiting public that came for a 4-day vacation. It was people driving from the Sacramento kind of metro area coming up for the day, and Spanish speaking, Spanish translation, signs, and all of that information was critical to serving that group of people that wanted to come and be a part of our community. Madam Clerk, any callers on the line?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller.
Let's bring them in. Thank you.
Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. I know that Sue is on my Concerned Citizen Facebook page, and I'm hoping that she saw the video of somebody's dash cam driving through the River Canyon this weekend on 49, and cars parked way up beyond Independence Trail, way up the other side towards San Juan, many cars parked over the white line, people walking in the roads because it was a gay event up at Hoyt's Crossing, which is clothing optional up there on that private piece of property. Then also at Purdon Crossing, there was a bonfire downstream from the bridge, visible from the bridge, and the fire department from both North San Juan and Nevada City responded, but they couldn't make contact because the partiers wouldn't listen, and so they had to call the sheriff. Well, the sheriff took over 45 minutes to get there. So I'm expressing that these calls are very extensive, very long, and many locals are so disgusted with what's happening at the river. We can no longer use it and go in the winter and enjoy it, but no longer in the summer can we enjoy it. I was down there the other day taking pictures, and I couldn't believe what was going on. And the signs are great, but I was watching people come to the river, and they don't read the signs because they're too wordy. I think maybe just a few words that say, stay out of the water. At some point, it's going to burn severely. We've already had multiple deaths at the 49 bridge in Bridgeport this year, and it just doesn't, I guess I'm disconnected from what's going on because I listened to what this little presentation was, and everyone's slapping each other on the back saying, good job. Yet this is putting everyone at risk, including the visitors. If those people have to get out due to a fire or something, 49 is closed. So no emergency vehicles can get through, nothing. There was one ticket given down at Edwards Crossing the other day for parking, but no tickets were given down at 49 this weekend. Nothing was towed. So I suggest that we buy a tow truck and we start towing vehicles, or we start charging for parking to pay for the EMS responses that are lengthy and expensive for people having a good time. They want to have a good time, they need to pay for it. Because right now, we are paying for it. And I don't think any of you guys know what's going on down there. I honestly don't. Please join my Concerned Citizen page and look at the stuff that people are posting that's going on down there. It's out of control. It's so far out of control that it's literally sucking resources out of everything. We're running out of ambulances, running out of fire, running out of...
Thanks for your comments, Matthew. With that, anybody other public comments here in the board chambers?
Yeah, absolutely.
Allison.
I just want to personally share my appreciation to CSAC. This is like the Oscars for local government, and put it into context that hundreds of applications are submitted and reviewed by our colleagues in other counties as well as CSAC staff, and so it's quite an honor. I appreciate Mr. Coulter's comments, what was reflected by the board. There's much more work to be done. I'm very proud of staff's work and the leadership of the board that we're serving a model for for other counties, other communities that share similar impacts to recreation. So thank you for coming from Sacramento and attending our meeting and for recognizing our work.
Thanks, Allison, for pointing that out. Seeing no additional comments, I'm going to close public comment and invite our partners up here to get a picture and a challenge coin. So please come on up if you're part of the South Yuba cohort. We'll get a picture. We have a challenge coin for you, and we'll celebrate this. So this item had no action required. With that, we're going to take a brief recess and a break for about 10 minutes. Okay, we're coming back after a brief break here. Let's see if my mic works. We're almost back. Oh, there we are. Okay. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Sheriff Coroner, Public Administrator, Sheriff Moon. Item number 29. This is a three-part resolution approving agreements between the County of Nevada and the California Governor's Office OES, and then the County of Nevada and Motorola Corporation. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Captain Bob Jacobs, who will introduce this item and take it away from there.
Good morning, Chair Hall, board members. Appreciate the opportunity to provide you with an update and a progress check on an important project that's been a priority of our office for several years now. To give you a quick background on our project, our radio project is designed to replace our 20-plus-year-old critical communications equipment that's used by the Sheriff's Office and other local agencies as part of our regional dispatch center. Much of our current legacy system equipment is considered obsolete at this point, and the system is pretty much on life support these days. Our project goals were to upgrade the backhaul, which means how that information, the voice information, gets from the towers back to dispatch, to migrate from an analog to a digital technology, to incorporate encryption capabilities in order to be compliant with the latest privacy laws, and to increase interoperability with our public safety partners. The project funding was estimated originally to be at a total cost of $6.3 million. The Sheriff's Office, with the support of your board and Congressman LaMalfa's office, submitted for a federal earmark back in 21-22. In September 22, we were notified that the federal DOJ COPS technology grant was awarded to us for a total award of $4.8 million. At that time, there was no match requirement. However, due to the total project estimate, the Sheriff's Office was committed to covering that funding gap. Our original project was a phased approach. Phase one being to replace all of our end user radios. Those are the radios that the folks out in the field use in their vehicles or on their hips. And phase two was to replace or upgrade all of the infrastructure, the tower equipment that lives at various towers throughout our community. In early 2023, your board approved the purchase of 174 all-band vehicle and portable handheld radios from Motorola, which were delivered that August and September. And in March of 24, with the assistance of Sutter Buttes Communications, we were able to program and deploy 98 of those handheld radios to all sheriff staff. The purchase and deployment of these radios immediately increased our interoperability amongst our regional public safety partners throughout Yuba, Butte, and Placer counties. Prior to this, we were unable to communicate directly with them because of technological differences. We also began the installation of new vehicle radios, which is anticipated to take several more months to complete. Phase two. In July of last year, we also began phase two of the project by first conducting an inventory of our entire system. Over the course of several weeks, our project team, consisting of staff from Motorola, Banner Communications, and Sutter Buttes Communications, traveled to nearly 24 radio sites in some of the most remote locations in and around Nevada County. Challenges with our plan. Shortly into our inventory efforts, challenges with the original plan began to emerge. We found dilapidated vaults and site security to be of concern. Several of our key sites lacked adequate physical space or backup power needed to support mission-critical public safety radio equipment. Several key towers were found to be maxed out as far as available space for mounting additional antennas or microwave dishes. Finally, because of these challenges, Motorola no longer believed that our project was within budget, and we were forced to pause our efforts and regroup as a team. Fortunately, Motorola presented a solution where they introduced CRIS. CRIS is the statewide interoperable radio system designed for public safety personnel, which is being built out by California OES, their Public Safety Communications Division. Cal OES at that time had been moving into its 5th year of building out the CRIS system, and they were looking for local agencies to partner with for further expansion. As we dove further into what exactly CRIS was and what it could do for us, we learned that our project and theirs had several shared goals. These shared goals include reliable interoperability, network reliability through using advanced technology such as microwave, which is what we were striving for on our project as well. And they also wanted to make use of limited radio spectrum, which we all deal with when dealing with the FCC. We also learned that Chris was already in Nevada County, that they had 6 sites that were situated in and around Nevada County that are shown on the map in green. They already were providing a fair amount of coverage here locally, and they had a roadmap with 3 additional sites planned for future build-out, which are shown in yellow. With this, we did recognize that there would be a need to invest in further build-out of the system in order to achieve an acceptable level of coverage throughout our county. What we learned was the benefits of joining Chris. We met with their OES management team and learned that not only did our projects have shared goals, and we confirmed that Chris was in our county, but joining Chris would only require the purchase of radio equipment. Cal OES was willing to purchase all microwave equipment, be responsible for all installation costs, and provide lifetime system maintenance. These 3 things would have likely tripled our project budget had we had to undertake those ourselves. Cal OES was also offering an investment credit for joining Chris. Much like a cell phone, when you buy it, you must pay subscriber fees to access the network. Chris is designed much in the same way. Every device that wants to join the network has to pay a device fee monthly or annually. Their offer to us was that they would provide a credit offset for whatever we invested into the build out of their system. We also learned that Mono County was already moving towards going to Chris. We met with Mono County's project team, who had nothing but positive feedback about the direction of their project. They also introduced us to Jeff Edelson, a consultant with Elk Mountain Technologies, who's also joined us today virtually. And after meeting with Jeff, we too decided to contract with his company for consultation and project coordination services to move us towards moving on to Chris. Over the course of several months, we worked with Jeff, Cal OES, and other project team members to further vet the state system and to design a concept for what could work here in Nevada County. Our work culminated in a proposal to bring on 9 additional communication tower and vault sites to the Chris system for a total of 18 sites. The proposed sites are based on real-world drive tests, proving out the existing Chris coverage, as well as the production of reliable radio frequency propagation maps to determine the theoretical limits of coverage for our area. These 18 locations will be situated throughout Nevada, Yuba, Sierra, Placer, and Washoe counties, representing partnerships between Cal OES, the County of Placer, and several private entities. The most recent actions that we've undertaken on this project is we recently received approval from the United States Department of Justice to proceed with grant-funded expenditures to purchase the equipment meant for integration into the Chris. In late June of this year, your board authorized a notice of intent to be issued to Motorola for the purchase of $2.7 million in radio equipment meant for the 9 proposed sites. That notice of intent guaranteed a lower price point, ultimately avoiding a substantial price hike in July, which will ultimately allow us to use those savings on other future aspects of this project. And lastly, we finalized our MOU agreement with Cal OES for acceptance into Chris, which guarantees us more than 30 years worth of credit toward the required subscriber fees based on the roughly $3 million investment that our county is making into the system. This credit will allow all of our local law enforcement agencies in the county to join Chris at no annual cost if they choose. Our next steps for our project, we need to complete the mobile radio installations in all of our sheriff fleet vehicles, and we also need to construct new tower and vault facilities at both Sierra College here in Grass Valley and the Regional Dispatch Center across the highway. We currently have preliminary approval for a site, construction at Sierra College here locally, and we're in discussions regarding final site design. We're also going to require a tower at the Regional Dispatch Center that will allow for a direct microwave connection into our dispatch center. We then need to connect the Regional Dispatch Center into the Chris Core, which we anticipate doing in 2025. And then following Cal OES's installation of their equipment at the 9 additional sites, our current target go-live date is the fall of 25. I want to take a minute to recognize the support from our local law enforcement partners. Through this project, each of these agencies that utilizes the Nevada County Regional Dispatch Center is being encouraged to purchase end-user radios capable of operating on the Chris. This financial requirement varies across jurisdictions and is by no means a small investment. Time and time again, communication breakdowns are identified in public safety after-action reports across the country as the root cause of operational failures. Building a radio system that allows for seamless communication amongst our partner agencies is a huge step in the right direction to tackling this ever-present challenge. The willingness of our local law enforcement heads to seek available funding to move towards interoperability not only showcases their understanding of the value of this project, but is also evidence of their ongoing commitment to the safety of our communities. In closing, we recommend that your board approve the resolutions before you today, both delegating authority to Sheriff Moon to enter an MOU with Cal OES to join Chris and to authorize the Motorola equipment purchases necessary for us to move into phase 2 of our project. And with that, I'll close if you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of technicality there and a lot of changes from the previous project. So thanks for bringing forward. It was a clear presentation in my mind, but I do have questions. But we'll turn it over. I'd like to start us off, Supervisor Swarthout.
No questions. I'm a little bit familiar with this project just because I know it's been going on for quite a while, and your office has been very diligent about putting this together. I think it's taken a lot longer than what anybody anticipated. So I'm really excited for this technology it keeps evolving, and we're keeping up with it, and I think it's really important. Also, for including all the partners, because eventually I think everybody's going to be looking at this transition and being connected, and the ability now to connect with your partners outside of the county is huge, because you don't realize how dependent you are, and especially in emergency situations, for resources from Placer or Yuba or Sutter County. So thanks for the hard work that's gone into this, and I look forward to seeing the implementation.
Supervisor Hook, any questions?
No questions, but I think sometimes when things get slowed down, they get better at the end, right? If we'd really jumped in, it's been different. I know when our office worked on those applications in the beginning, and we started here, I was thinking, oh, well, how come we're not done, right? Because you always want it. It's always slow, but that's government, right? And this really shows that this is going to be way more complete and more efficient. So I'm excited to see where we are, even though it's taking a little longer. It's going to last way longer, and this Chris is really the way to go. I think this is going to be huge. And I'm glad you partnered in Mono. It's kind of fun. They've got some things that are similar. They've got another project we're working on with them, so glad that connection was made. So yeah, no real questions, because you gave me a time, 2025, so now I have something to look forward to. I'll be ready for that. So good job.
Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, that startup time, 2025, that seems you're able to do this, the upgrading of your facilities.
It is an aggressive timeline.
Yeah.
We've been meeting with Cal OES regularly. One of the reasons that we brought on an expert consultant is he's done this before in numerous states throughout the country. He's working directly with the Mono project, so he already has experience with the speed of the process. One of the reasons we wanted to get the radio equipment purchased early was not only to save funding to capture the low price point, but Motorola has a 9-month lead period for delivery. So we expect delivery roughly in spring of this next year. And because of the weather and the locations where a lot of this equipment has to go, we need the snow to melt. So we're trying to time it out to where they can make those installations by roughly the end of the summer, and then we can go live. Of course, go live doesn't mean we're going to shut the old system down and just rely on the new system. There's going to be a period, an overlap period, where we're essentially relying on both to determine if we have any coverage gaps. The beauty of this system is that it's scalable. We can increase coverage by looking at new site locations and installing more equipment if need be.
Yeah, very, very cool. And I assume you would have good communication with the fire departments?
So we operate under 2 different dispatch systems, so we've made it work over the years. This system isn't necessarily going to change that immediately. One of the goals of the state system is to bring over as many public safety partners as possible because we don't dispatch for the fire services in Nevada County. Those are conversations that are going to occur, but it'll be on their timeframes and what funding they have available to them.
And I assume that's the same thing with other counties.
Correct. The offer is open for any county, and I know our consultant, Jeff, is already in talks with several other counties, and they're looking at a possible CRIS migration as well. I won't speak for Jeff, but he has told me several times in several conversations, this is the way of the future. Most states are moving towards state-sponsored radio systems, mainly because of the cost of the equipment. It's difficult for small counties like ours to come up with the funds to do a project of this magnitude and to do it correctly. So a lot of agencies are leaning on state systems.
And then just to clarify, with the change in the systems from the original plan, we're still able to utilize the LaMalfa monies?
Correct, yes. We had a lot of conversations early on with the federal partners discussing qualification and whether this project would qualify. Fortunately, we have Georgette Arenau on our team, and she's amazing. She was able to explain the funding and the project in the federal terms, and they easily supported the project.
Good job.
If I might add as well, they were very understanding of the timeline of the project, and we've been able to extend the term or the project period of the grant, and we may extend it one more time. And they're like, we don't do very many of these projects. We understand the complications and are ready to work with you. So it's been great.
Thank you, Congressman LaMalfa.
Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, thank you. This is, sounds great that you're upgrading all this equipment, and this connection with Chris sounds fantastic too. That's very exciting. I just have a couple of questions to understand this system and better, and some of these may sound kind of naive, but I remember it might have been 5 or 6 years ago now, when you purchased new radios to connect better, for better interoperability within the county, I think. So is this like an upgrade? I mean, I'm assuming those are maybe defunct now, and now you're replacing those and increasing the interoperability with outside of the county? Is that as well as inside?
So unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the purchase 5 years ago, but I can tell you it's both. It's going to help us interoperate with local public partners as well as outside entities. And the reason that we pushed to do the end user radios now was because we had them and we had the ability to reprogram those so that we could communicate with folks in Placer County, and not just the sheriff's office, but all the police departments within Placer, Yuba, and Butte, which, as in recent years you've seen, we tend to respond to those locations for fire and mutual aid.
Yeah.
Again, I apologize, I'm not familiar with the purchase that was made.
Yeah, I'm
5
sorry,
years
I
ago.
can't articulate it better, but yeah, no, that sounds excellent. I mean, I think, yeah, with the fires we're having, this is absolutely critical. And then the other question, I assume this is an issue in general, but going to a statewide system or it's sort of a system where other counties are using, is there any issue with traffic, sort of too much radio traffic jamming the airwaves? Is that a thing?
No, it's a great question. I purposefully avoided technical pieces of the project. I can tell you that the state is building the system to handle a much higher volume than what they likely anticipate here locally. The system is being installed throughout the state. To put it in perspective, right now we operate on essentially our mountaintops have one transmit frequency and one receive frequency. By going to this system, each mountaintop location will have 6 transmit and 6 receive frequencies. And the way that they air traffic control that is they put us into talk groups. And so much like internet traffic, where we used to be on static IP addresses and now we're on dynamic, you're only using the system when you're actually using the system. So you're not tying up the airways. The system has software that knows who is talking and it knows how to route that traffic. And so you can actually have 6 simultaneous conversations occurring at any one mountaintop at any one time, and we're never going to hear it and be impacted by it.
Wow, that's cool. Okay. And then if you could just clarify, you mentioned at the end 2 towers that you've already figured out where they're going to be, but you also mentioned 9 more towers going up.
So those 2 towers are part of the 9. So
Okay.
we want to bring on 9 additional communication sites.
Right.
One of those towers is at Sierra College. That's been identified as a premier location for communicating in the greater Grass Valley City area.
Yeah.
There's a lot of critical infrastructure nearby. You have the hospital, you have the high school, you got your commercial district. The type of frequencies that we'll be using on this system, we need to get good in-building penetration. So we need to have some lower elevation sites that are optimal for doing that. And that is just one site for that.
Okay. I'm thinking about the additional ones and the trouble and issues that come up anytime we try to locate any kind of a tower. And I'm wondering if you're thinking about that too, and what kind of challenges there might be to locate those additional towers.
Certainly. So the Sierra College site is the one site that we've been speaking with the Sierra College folks about for quite some time now. We've already received approvals at 3 different levels. We're now basically down to the nitty-gritty of design, what it's going to look like, exactly how tall it's going to be, and then what does that MOU look like for leasing that property for 99 years. Once we've gotten down to the specifics and we're agreed on that, then I'll be taking that before their Board of Trustees for final approval.
My concern is the additional 7 towers that you have to find where to locate them, or is
I understand. Thank you. So if I wasn't clear, so all the remaining sites, those sites already exist. We're essentially moving equipment into either existing state sites, Placer County sites, or private sites. So those sites already exist. We only need to construct the one at Sierra College, and then we're looking at a tower at the dispatch center.
great, that's great, so you don't have to deal with neighborhood issues and, okay, that's wonderful. All right, good, thanks for answering all my questions. This is a great project, thank you.
And I think the Sierra College issue, it's not in a residential area, which has been, I think, kind of some of the pushback on these sites. So I think you should be okay. Plus, the city doesn't have any jurisdiction over the community college. They don't have to go, or have to have a public hearing through the city of Grass Valley, so.
Correct. We'll be working with the Sierra College and the Department of State Architects for all of the permitting and all those processes.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the new radios that we have are the ones that work with this system.
Correct.
Yeah, these are the new radios that we got from, and this happened 2 years ago. I think we got them 2 years ago.
Correct. Purchased in late '23. And we
Right, so
received-
those are the new radios that we got.
Correct.
Yeah,
And,
perfect.
and those were grant funded.
I think my questions have been answered. Do you have additional? No. Okay, mine have been essentially answered, but I'm very familiar with the kind of service as a subscription-based access fee. So it's an awesome business model. I just had one quick question on the 30-year. You bring in the capital enhancements to make different kind of system upgrades, and then we get a service credit for 30 years. Is that correct? We would be essentially paying nothing by adding the capital investment to the system?
Correct. The state's referring to it as a counterbalance. So the money that we put into it goes directly against the subscriber fees that we would need to pay.
Yeah.
And so technically what we originally had planned for was going to give us over 100 years worth of service credits. But working with our consultant and wanting to open up the opportunity to come to Chris to all our local agencies, we then accounted for what would it be if we brought everybody over, all the police departments,
Sure.
probation, the DA's office, and it brought that number down still well in excess of 30 years, which is going to outlive the system itself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an awesome business model. I'm familiar with it with navigational technology for airplanes, but it's the same exact concept. And then the commercial sites like American Tower and others, and then Placer County, who's probably procured space inside the commercial, of the 9, the one going up to Sierra College, the rest are commercial, or are they government?
So it's a mix.
Mix of the two?
Yeah, in Washoe County, there's a private site, but the state already has a contract with the owner of that site, so they're just going to expand the contract to include the addition of Chris. The Placer County sites, they own the infrastructure, the tower, and the vaults at 3 of 4 locations. At the 4th location, they own the vault, but they don't own the tower, so we'll need a separate lease with the company that owns the tower. It gets fairly complicated and layered, how we put it all together, but it is coming together.
Yeah, job well done. It's awesome, and I can only imagine how much you need that radio coverage when you're down at the bottom of the South Yuba or Washington or out on the top of some far-flung, mountaintop. But thanks. I don't have any other questions. Madam Clerk, I'm going to open up public comment. Are there any callers on the line?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller.
Okay, we'll bring him in.
Yes, Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. Very interested in this topic because after 9/11, our country claimed that we were going to get our radios together so that emergency folks could talk with each other effectively. So it's been a number of years since it's been promised. I have a couple of questions. One is encryption, and will people be able to listen as they do currently to the scanner traffic? Because I probably listen to more scanner traffic than anyone else in the county, being that I listen to fire and police, and recognize the downfall between the two different systems not communicating directly with each other and the lag time going both directions from the two dispatch centers. I'm also curious, is this Chinese-made equipment? And another question, so basically the encryption question, the Chinese question, and transparency. Is it going to require a Freedom of Information Act to get information that will then be encrypted and not available for public hearing? And I'm worried about the EVAC situation because when the cell phone towers go down, really your guys' radios are the only way to get information. And it happens repeatedly. And heard you mention the aviation system, and we know how many problems they've had with that recently and hacking. And I'm wondering how prone to hacking this new system is compared to the old system. So those three questions I'd like answered. Thank you.
Oops. Yeah, thanks, Matthew. Those are good questions. I think I'm just going to ask you to just answer the one question, though, which is just the scanner traffic coverage.
Yeah, absolutely. Regarding encryption, so the system will allow us the ability to have encrypted traffic for times of tactical need, where privacy is of the utmost. There are privacy laws that have gone into effect that require us to only transmit certain information over the open airways. We have to restrict certain personal identifying information, so it'll be used for times like that. For the vast majority of our radio communications, it will be unencrypted. However, I will say it is a trunked radio system, so it is a different technology than we're currently using. And for the folks in Scannerland, it may require that they purchase a new type of scanner that's able to essentially put all those different transmissions from different talk groups together in one.
Okay, good. Thanks for answering the question. Anybody in the board chambers like to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Does anybody have additional comments on this item? No. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion, and it's 3 resolutions. Madam Clerk, can we pass one motion for A, B, and C? Chief Counsel?
Let me confer with council.
Separately?
Please do it separately.
Okay, I'll call for a motion, and this is resolution A, resolution approving an agreement between the County of Nevada and California Governor's Office, OES, Public Safety Communications for the California Radio Interoperability System, CRIS, trunked radio system service agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4, District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. And I will call for a motion. This is a resolution approving the communication system and service agreement between the County of Nevada and Motorola for the purchase of public safety radio tower equipment and related services for Phase 2 of the Nevada County Sheriff's Office Radio Infrastructure Improvement Project.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I will call for a third motion, resolution approving the communication system and services agreement between the County of Nevada and Motorola for the purchase of the public safety radio tower equipment and related services for the Phase 3 of this project.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
Thank you.
With that, thank you. Good luck to your project. Nice work. Yeah, you took a very technical subject and made it very concise. Thank you. I'm going to shuffle the paper a little bit. We're going to move on to item number 35. I just have to get there. This is the Sheriff Coroner Public Administrator Shannon Moon. This is a resolution authorizing the purchase of unmanned aerial system capital assets to be used in sheriff operations to enhance public and officer safety, including but not limited to search and rescue activities, remote patrolling, critical investigations, and special enforcement detail in the amount of $152,918.36. And with that, we'll turn it over to Captain Sean Scales for a presentation.
Good morning, everyone. All right, so we're here to present on the unmanned aerial system. So you will occasionally hear this referred to the unmanned aircraft system as well. Depends on which government code you're looking at. So if we go back and forth in verbiage, that's what that's about. So basically, what is a UAS? So a lot of people see those two items there and they refer to them as drones, and they're correct. A UAS is all of the equipment together that's required to get those things into the air and back safely. So all of the equipment, the controller, and the actual drone itself. So uses, Nevada County Sheriff's Office, we currently don't have any type of drone program whatsoever. And we have a lot of use for them. We often rely on mutual aid for that. So increased officer safety, reduced use of force, response efficiency, search and rescue, regular patrol, SED or special enforcement detail, and our negotiations team, investigations, scene documentation. The nice thing about drones is they can fly where traditional aircraft cannot. I myself have been on scenes where we couldn't get aircraft to have a view into the tree canopy. So we ended up waiting 3 hours to get our armored vehicle up there, and then eventually sent several of us behind a shield, checking on a subject who was told us that he had eyes on Sheriff's Office staff and had a SKS rifle. So obviously getting a drone up there would be a lot safer than, and that wait period of 3 hours to get it up the hill to Truckee was quite a while. Our current solutions, pretty much limited to helicopters and fixed wing, so they're costly. You guys have all signed off on resolutions for different contracts with different agencies over the years, and it's expensive to fly, and it's only getting more expensive as we go on. They're dependent upon weather. Oftentimes we have availability concerns, particularly with fires like the Park Fire going on, as we've seen with the pipeline and the NID fix and PG&E up there, is the aircraft are sometimes called into service elsewhere, so scheduling that time is difficult with a private entity. So then we rely on mutual aid from local law enforcement agencies such as Placer County, and their birds require maintenance and they have their own uses as well. CHP is a great partner to us, as we've all seen video after video of them hoisting people out and things like that, and getting eyes on. They're one of our first calls, but they also have their limitations as well, particularly in the wintertime when they're socked in with fog, or when we've had a break on fires in the past few years, but there's been times when they couldn't fly due to smoke as well from some of the large events we've had. And the other part is we're dependent upon their capabilities and their equipment and their policies as well. And that's the same thing with what we currently use with drones, is we call for mutual aid when we need a drone. And we're dependent upon their capabilities and availability as well. So the local agencies with drones, in Nevada County, the only law enforcement agency that doesn't have one besides us is Nevada City PD. Locally, Placer County, Yuba County, they're great partners to us and they're willing to help us out where needed, but once again, we are dependent upon their staff and their time to do so. And not to say our partners aren't willing to help us out, they are. It's just we are dependent upon their equipment and their time. And the other thing is we don't get to control the footage, their policies, their training, their type of equipment. We don't have any impact on that decision. So it's much better to bring the program in-house. So what type of training and certification would we need? Most agencies start out with a FAA Part 107. So there's many exemptions for that as well, that you can get to fly over vehicles and people and things like that. There's also, we're lucky in California, we have some of the best law enforcement training around. So the Peace Officer Standards and Training, they have several courses that are available to us. Operators, the intent is that they'll practice on shift at regular team trainings. And there's also no FAA certification required for indoor use of a drone. So if we're flying a mission for our SED team or something like that inside a house or a building or something, there's no FAA requirement for that. So as I said, we would aim for a FAA Part 107 for every single operator. We would also look for a couple of waivers, such as night operation, visual observer waiver, operation over human beings, operation in certain airspace, operation over vehicles, and we would work to our certificate of authority if needed. Really would depend on what the needs were to get that. There are 3 different types of COA authorizations that are out there. The emergency authorization can be granted in as little as 3 hours, but you have to have a pretty special event for that. Otherwise, you go through the motions, submit all your paperwork, turn in your application. The reason you can't start with a COA is you have to have a serial number and the exact model of the device identified prior to actually submitting your paperwork, so you can't put the cart before the horse and get your COA ahead of when you have your drones. So the American Security Drone Act, this bill basically prohibits law or federal agencies or using federal funds from manufacturers who are based in China or certain other countries. There's also the National Defense Authorization Act, which also limits what you can use federal funds for. And this particular, why does it matter in this event, is we're planning on using ARPA funding, so we are limited in what drone manufacturers we can actually utilize for this. So with that, there was about 9 different manufacturers. I've got several of them listed on the screen there. We basically looked at all of them. Some of them were not practical for our environment. Some of them have a sort of fixed wing design, which isn't the best design for flying in canyons, underneath trees, those kinds of things. So we shopped a bunch of other ones as well. We also looked at several manufacturers. Some of them are primarily military devices, so their software doesn't exactly mesh with non-military software. So those weren't the best choices for us. So we settled on the Skydio X10. It's what most law enforcement agencies are going to, and most fire agencies as well. We did flights with several different agencies, CAL FIRE, looked at Reading PD, Chico PD, how they're operating. It's really neat, some of the things these drones can do, and the Skydio offers the most flexibility. You can swap out equipment, you can swap out cameras, you can add attachments, take attachments away. They really are very flexible in what they can offer. Some of their capabilities, you can have infrared cameras, remote viewing, so you're not limited to just what's on the operator's device, but you can actually stream that footage directly into an incident command post or some other type of operations. Some agencies will have it go directly into dispatch. It just depends on how you want to set up your system. They're web-based, so you can basically log in and you can view it from your desktop. That allows for the incident commander to give the best decision versus relying on information being relayed from an operator to somebody who's working the radio to somebody who's giving that information to the incident command post. You can use them for scene documentation. You map out your evidence markers and stuff like that, and you can actually fly the entire scene and get a sort of 3D picture of everything that's going on. It's pretty amazing. I've seen some of the flights that the CHP MATE unit has done, and it's really impressive. You can use them for lighting, search and rescue, obviously very useful. I even read an article about an agency that dropped a sandwich to somebody who was lost in the woods until they could get rescuers into them. And they had the drone actually hover over the person, and with GPS, you can actually guide the searchers directly to the person who was lost. It was really neat. The other thing they offer is two-way communication. So all of these features are available on the Skydio X10. So with two-way communication, we'd actually be able to talk to the person on the ground. So whether that's giving a subject we're trying to take into custody, giving him verbal commands, or if it's telling a person who's being rescued, hey, sit tight, don't go wandering around, we got people coming to you. It's a really useful tool. Big thing these days is data. What do you do with the data once you have it? Storing data is expensive, it's technical, and it can be problematic. We looked at a bunch of different platforms out there and eventually set it on Axon, but AirData, Motorola, DroneSense, WatchGuard, in addition to Axon. We anticipate possibly moving towards Axon in the next few years with our body cams and our in-car cameras. I'd say probably 90% of law enforcement agencies are currently using Axon. All local agencies in the county are using Axon, as well as the district attorney's office. I know they would love us to get on Axon because it's so much easier to share information with evidence.com. So with this program, we would go to Axon with the drone footage as well. Some considerations we looked at, obviously public-facing records of flights, policy, obviously you need your approval for AB 481 constraints. And then how do you notify the FAA, whether you do that through UA Sidekick or NODAM? There's a couple of different programs out there that automatically notifies the FAA of your flights. One consideration with AB 481 is we're hearing rumors that drones will actually be removed from the AB 481 list. There's several other considerations that are looking at taking off, such as vehicles that don't have a a turret or weaponized vehicles, they would likely remove those, so the command vehicles would likely disappear as well as drones. And then ongoing training requirements and certifications. We always want to make sure we stay in compliance with training guidelines and ensure that we have the most current information possible so our operators are flying as safe as possible for our safety and the safety of the public. And then privacy concerns with the public. We're very cognizant of people have worries that folks are going to do illegal or bad things with drones, with any type of tool really that law enforcement or anybody else is given access to. So we're cognizant of those things. So for that, we come up with a vetted policy when we would and wouldn't use drones. For funding, we'd be looking at ARPA funding for the major chunk of this, but in the future, there are other avenues out there if we choose to expand, such as Nevada County Law Fire Protection Council, Truckee Tahoe Airport District, and Homeland Security grant funds. We would likely look into getting some smaller drones in the future for interior buildings and things like that. There's lots of different avenues out there. We likely wouldn't use the Skydio X10 for that immediately. It's an expensive drone, and if we were launching it on like an SED mission, we're not looking to have somebody swat a $20,000 drone out of the air because they're upset. So that would likely be coming in the future. So in closing, we wish that you would approve our UAV program and have the Skydios added to the AB 41 list and also the capital asset as well. And with that, we'll open up for questions. I'm sure there are many.
Yeah, it was a good presentation. There's a lot of info there, and I know we had a robust discussion when we decided to use drones for code enforcement. So I know we've all studied it and heard a lot about it and talked a lot about it, but I have questions, but I'm going to leave them until the end. Supervisor Shorthat, would you like to kick us off? Do you have any questions? No? I'm going to let my colleagues go first. Okay. We'll go all the way to the other end then. Supervisor Hook, do you have any questions?
Do these get insured? So when, I'm just curious.
I'm sorry?
Do we insure them? Are they insurable?
I don't believe so, no.
So when it gets shot out of the sky, it's just done?
Oh, so there are, with this program, we have a 3-year support program and stuff like that. Acts of where stuff is getting destroyed, that'd be a crime, vandalism. So we'd go that route.
And Supervisor Hook, our insurance does cover capital assets.
Yeah.
So I would just be curious. I think they have a very good value, especially when it comes to safety, what we're doing with them with search and rescue. I'm just a little curious. So I know search and rescue has one now, I think, don't they? Or they do not. So that would work with your team on that too. I think that's incredibly important, especially when you're trying to cover a lot of territory. And then, and what about cannabis?
I'm sorry?
Would you guys be using this on some of the cannabis things that we're working on too? Could that be used for that?
It could be used for anything, any type of investigation we're doing, such as cannabis or really any type of, all the same things we use helicopters and planes and things like that
So
for
that
now.
would change up having to do a flyover with a helicopter.
Potentially, yeah. It really depends on what you're looking to do. So the drones have a lot of flexibility. You could, with a drone program, we wouldn't be launching them from the Rood to then go up to like North San Juan or something like that, most likely, right? So if you're trying to cover a large area of the county, likely not. If you're trying to cover local areas, that's typically where drones are used.
Nice. And so this, and obviously this I was just watching what it can do. It can plot out your area that you're working and do all that. So the camera must be good enough that the pixelation would not be there. You'd have real good, firm identification when you're using it?
Yeah, the camera on the Skydio X10 is amazing. It really is. I've never seen anything like it. And the great thing about the Skydio drones is that they're not fixed to the technology that they have. So when a component is outdated or obsolete, they're designed in such a way that you can pull that component off and you get an updated camera. Or if you decide, you know what, I want a different filter or I want a different type of camera on there or a different parachute, or you want a two-way communication device, it really depends on, they're really flexible, which is somewhat unique. In the past, you were somewhat tied to the equipment that you had, and you just went out and purchased a whole new drone. With this, you basically can fly the body of the drone until it's essentially done, and swap out the components as they become obsolete.
Nice. So like this would be similar to, so for example, one of the fire department has ones that could actually carry a a life vest up the canyon. Yours would be able to do something similar to that?
Yeah.
Like deliver a sandwich out to somebody, could yours do that?
Yeah, you can get attachments for pretty much anything. The Skydio has kind of sort of the market cornered on the most flexibility. So there's all kinds of things from payload delivery to different types of camera. That's all available with Skydio.
So in your opinion too, I'd just be curious, what is the downside? What do you feel like the public, where's the downside to this?
I really
can't see
don't.
one. That's why I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't really think there is a downside to them. There's always going to be concern from the public regarding privacy, aptly so. I'm not a huge government guy myself. I believe in, being transparent with what you're doing with the funds that that people are gracious enough to give us. So we always welcome concern around those things, but I don't think there is a
Being
downside.
being transparent with what we're doing is important. I don't know, the safety side of this is just incredibly important that I can see, so.
Regarding safety, I don't see any concerns. I think this is much safer than launching a helicopter any day of the week. I'm not aware of anybody dying from a drone falling out of the sky, but anytime somebody goes up in a plane or a helicopter, there is always a risk of crash and things like that. I worked for an agency where we had several cops die in a helicopter crash, and it was terrible.
Yeah, no, great, no, this is one of those things I support. I just feel anytime you add a tool that involves safety is an important issue, especially with our topography and places, the recreation that we have here, all different aspects. The drone could be a benefit. And yeah, I don't want someone flying around my backyard with a drone, I get that, but shouldn't be doing anything bad, right? There's the other side of it. I don't know, I can see I look at the positive side of this thing, except for I used to use that, well, I won't tell you that part, but yeah. I always wonder about that with the drones now, like when you're out in the woods, makes you wonder what you better not, if somebody might be watching. Yeah. Yeah, so no, good deal. Thank you for the presentation. It's really interesting. I love to see that it's going to be made somewhere here, obviously, or someplace. The technology there is incredible. And know that you can trade things out and make it fit for any situation. I think that's pretty interesting as well. And can you fly them in the bad weather?
Yeah, so the Skydio has one of the most robust platforms out there. There's limitations just like there is anything else, but when we were speaking with the company reps, there's many times when drones can fly when helicopters can't. And there's going to be times when, helicopters and other aircraft can fly when drones can't. There's no perfect Swiss Army knife, unfortunately, out there for us. If we could buy one tool and only need that one tool, it would be great. We'd have a lot more room in our toolbox, but all of these things are just one more tool to get the job done.
Yeah, I love and again, I think the portion of search and rescue is another, the amount of ground you could cover quickly.
Yeah, it's not something we've had in the past, and this technology is changing so fast. That was one of the major reasons we were looking at a platform that could adapt as things change.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. So there's 4 of them.
That would be the plan, yes.
So why do you need 4, and what prompted that question was, you said later on that perhaps you would get one that would be more for indoor. So why not get 3 and one that's more compatible to indoor?
So pretty limited. Our indoor operations is not a very common operation for us right now. We're just not seeing that, the need for it. If you were having separate missions on search and rescue, other types of operations, the idea is that these things are going to be utilized out in the field. You want several different devices available to us. Just like any piece of equipment, stuff goes down, people are away on training, that operator could be away on training, those types of things. 4 seems to be the magic number for us when we looked at similar counties and cities and stuff like that and how robust their program was. It came across we look at calls for service, how many types of missions that these agencies are flying. It seemed like the appropriate number.
I knew you'd have an answer.
Sir.
Cannabis obviously comes to mind. I did a flyover some time ago now, and you would see cannabis down in there, and in some cases we would go down lower and we would take photographs of that site. However, with the drone program that we have currently with the cannabis, obviously they're not the same drones, right?
I can't speak to their program. I'm sorry. I don't know what type they have.
They're not $22,000 drones, I can tell you that. But they're quite limited. I mean, at one point, we were limited to public roads, vertical. I think we've expanded that a little bit, but we still have to have the cooperation of the neighbor to go in. Now, is this different?
Yeah, so drones could go anywhere an aircraft could go. So I believe the limitations placed on the code enforcement program were limitations either from whoever wrote the program or from the board or however that was worked out. The limitations are not on the limit of the drone themselves. The drones, the code enforcement program, should they so choose, could amend whatever their guidelines are and fly where they choose to fly. For us, these things are pretty simple. It's what's the investigation? You know, we could fly over any parcel in Nevada County at any time with a helicopter, given funds and time. Same thing with drones. We, in our policies that we'll have published and all those kinds of things, we go when there's an investigative need. We're not going on fishing expeditions. I think that we don't have time for those kinds of things. These things are just like anything else. Is we go where the need is. Drones would be flying where there's a need for them to fly.
I just kind of wonder if the policies conflict a little bit here, though. I mean, even if we wrote those policies.
Yeah, I can't speak to the code enforcement policy on drones, sorry.
Well, there are policies, Sean. They're not just codes, there are policies, so.
Supervisor Schofield, do we want Allison or Kit to weigh in on just?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
So they're two separate programs.
If we're able to use them, that's wonderful.
Right, and I would invite Tricia Tillotson to come, who oversees the drone program for code enforcement. That policy is an internal policy that was written on the policy direction of the Board of Supervisors. Sheriff Moon is implementing a separate drone program with a focus on safety and investigation. It's two separate programs. So the policy that we have in place for code enforcement is not the same policy that you would have for law enforcement drone program. Two separate needs and focus.
Okay. I mean, so, I mean, when we have a cultivation site for years, let's say, that we've been trying, we know there's one out there, and we've never been able to prove it. You can prove it?
We could fly over it with a drone. I'm not sure I understand your question. Typically, the limitation on cannabis enforcement is not whether you can prove it, particularly with an outdoor grow. They're quite obvious.
No. I mean, maybe they've got the hoop houses or something, and you do have to prove that they're growing in there.
Correct. And these drones have quite sophisticated cameras. They can go where a helicopter can't. So there's a chance you could get different angles on the side of the hoop house. And even with the majority of hoop houses, even with a helicopter, it just depends on what day, where the actual plastic is at that particular time. Sometimes it's luck of the draw. Sometimes you catch it at the right moment. Sometimes if they're doing light deprivation, they've pulled it off or something like that. It really depends on the time of day and the actual grow itself.
Could I ask just one kind of question on your behalf a little bit? I think like you're going to apply the same like reasonable probable cause standard that you would to any crime, right? Related to the drone. So it's not necessarily, the policy implication isn't exactly apples for apples to code enforcement because they're using it with the same, you're going to apply the same set of standards to any tool used in the pursuit of prosecuting a crime. Is that right?
Yeah, we don't go on fishing expeditions or anything like that.
Yeah. So would you need a search warrant?
No.
Okay.
You don't need a search warrant?
No.
I think it'd be helpful if Tricia just, so when we made our policy for cannabis, it is a little different, and it was code not just for any code enforcement, it was strictly for cannabis. That's where that policy went. So maybe just, I know we were going to talk about this another time, but maybe just give a little quick overview if you don't mind.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Hook. So Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director. And the difference is the cannabis enforcement drone policy started off as a pilot project, basically. And as you know, we're really complaint-driven for the most part. And so a lot of times we'll get a complaint and we fly our drone, again, vertically or horizontally now over public road right-of-ways or road right-of-ways to determine if it's really an issue or not. And I think the difference is law enforcement is approaching it, when they're involved, their approach is strictly law enforcement. We're looking at code enforcement. So that's the main difference.
I'm good. Thank you, Sean. Good report.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hall?
Thank you. Great presentation. Yep, I'm not surprised you're coming to us for this. I actually thought you might come sooner. I didn't realize you guys didn't have drones yet, and so many other agencies do. And I can see lots of places where this is going to add tons of value and be more cost-effective and more efficient. I think the one concern is the privacy, and you're going to come up with a policy. I'm assuming there's lots out there that you can use. Right.
We actually attached a policy to the board documents. So when we did that, we looked at lots of different agencies. As you may or may not be aware, we use Lexipol for our policy. So Lexipol is actually a very well vetted program where they basically pull all of the data from multiple agencies. It's all in kind of a pool. So we take what we like, all the best stuff. We even included things such as categorizing the data from the most recent case law decisions that have come out of San Diego, which San Diego has been at the forefront of drone operation and law enforcement. They were the first agencies to do, I believe it was Chula Vista down in San Diego County. They were doing drone as a first responder program. So learning from the lessons of others who have been the innovators and the people who are driving this program.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I think the more it's used, the more we're learning and the more accepted it's becoming as the trust grows that they're not being misused. So that sounds good to me, that you've got a policy that you're going to use that's connected to. My only really big question is and I see that you are planning to go out for grant funds, but you raised the data storage issue, which is costly. And then I believe I heard from a CAL FIRE booth that I stopped at once that had drones that the training is also pretty expensive. So are you budgeting that out? It'll either come from the sheriff's budget or from grants or from the Homeland Security. You're looking for those funds, and that will come out of the sheriff's budget, generally speaking.
Yeah, so part of this entire program also included 3 years of service for those. The ongoing subscriptions are anticipated to be about $10,000, so not terribly costly. And data storage through evidence.com is unlimited. So they do not charge. Where they get their money is by the number of licenses that they sell. So we're not looking to equip every single person at the agency with a license. We're looking for 4 just for the separate operators.
Okay. And then it seems to me that I understand clearly that our systems are different, our policies are different, but it seems to me it's the same agency, and someone who's going to be subject to the use of a drone is not going to know the difference or care. So it just feel like we should be at least coordinating, understanding each other's programs and learning from each other where that's makes sense, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a high level of coordination, and we could definitely get together and look at our policies. But I appreciate the presentation and the comments from Ms. Tillotson is that these are 2 very separate programs, and the use of drones and code enforcement is very different than how it's going to be used for life and safety and investigation of law enforcement. Just like the utilization of CAL FIRE and drones is very different than code enforcement. Code enforcement is in alignment with the policy direction of the board, and it's very limited. Also, the sophistication of our equipment is not the same as it is with law enforcement. So, but I think that there's opportunity where we could work together, we could see where there's alignment. And then to the sheriff's point, it's the level of transparency. We need to do a better job of how do we communicate this to the public as well.
Thank you. Yeah, and so that the public know. I mean, I don't know how you do that when you see a drone and you don't know who owns it. Like, I don't know how we're transparent about that.
Right, and to your earlier point that I think,
the sheriff hasn't implemented this tool, and many jurisdictions implement this tool and have this tool now, from PG&E to real estate agents to contractors. It's a tool that is widely used, and so I think that's, to your point, that's worth discussing in terms of what's our feedback loop when there's issues that the public raises.
Yeah, great, thank you, thanks.
So just as a point of clarification, it's my understanding if you're using a drone for surveillance of a criminal operation, that you do have to get a search warrant for it.
So it's really going to depend on your circumstances. So if we were talking a drone flyover of a property and stuff like that, where there's, I think the example that was used was marijuana cultivation, or cannabis cultivation, excuse me. No, if you're talking about going inside residences, looking inside windows, looking inside, then that's where the privacy concerns kick in.
Okay.
So where there's an expectation of privacy
Right.
from that particular person, yes.
Yeah.
A general flyover of a property.
Right. But if you are using it to pursue a criminal case against somebody, then you do have to go to a judge and get a search warrant.
Only if you're going to an area where they have an expectation of privacy.
So they're basically their homes is where people have an expectation of privacy.
Typically inside, if you're looking in windows to see some type of criminal operation going on or something like that. Just like when we fly over with a helicopter now for cannabis, we're not getting search warrants to do a flyover of parcel. Excuse me.
Okay. Yeah, I just want, from the public's perspective, I want them to understand that you're not going to be flying drones on private property to look in people's windows and, I just
No,
think
that
it's
is specifically outlawed by the policy.
Yeah, okay. And then I also, I saw in your list of partners, I think, doesn't Grass Valley have a drone?
Grass Valley PD?
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
They weren't on that, they weren't on that slide, I think, so.
I thought they were.
Yeah, I know they've used, I know in the city, the drone has been used mainly for search and rescue. I know I've seen them use it in the woods when there's been, missing kids or issues with people starting fires. I mean, I support this especially from the safety aspect of it, just being able to go in and maybe spot a fire or spot people who are doing dangerous type of activities in the woods. I think it's a really important tool for that. The only concern I have, and this stems more from the fire aspect, and I'm assuming that you do work with CAL FIRE and Cal OES, and because twice now I've heard some discussion with the fire folks where people were flying private drones in an area and that made the fire people unable to get in there. So I'm guessing there's a high level of coordination when you're out there flying your drone and some sort of an emergency situation that you're really aware of what the fire and
Absolutely.
rescue
We
people
wouldn't
are
be,
doing.
yeah, we wouldn't be launching a drone when there's a fire going on whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked when I was talking with somebody from Butte County when we did our joint meeting, and he said that one of the issues on the campfire is that somebody was flying a private drone up there, and so their helicopter or whatever aircraft they sent up turned around and walked away. I've heard a similar story about this on the park fire as well. So
Yeah, it happened during the mosquito fire. There was also a CAL FIRE plane that took a hit to a fixed wing that took a hit to the wing from a drone. And when the plane's coming in at several hundred miles an hour and you hit an object that's like not really moving, that plane was in danger of going down. So that's not something we'd be looking to get into at all.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I live in town, and there's lots of private drones that I see, especially like when you go to events now, there's always drones flying over that are taking pictures. I just think this is a new technology that we need to work with, and we need to make sure that the private sector and the public sector are coordinating of how things are working. When you guys do them, is there some sort of identifying marks on the side of the drone that says this is law enforcement?
We could put a sticker on it. I don't know that you'd be able to see it.
You wouldn't be able to see it.
Typically. Usually law enforcement drones are going to be more well lit than regular private drones. But it really depends they all have a minimum standard that they have to meet to actually be certified to fly. So you can't really tell, ours versus Grass Valley's versus a private consumer absent if you get up close to it, sometimes you can just spot the little differences. Or if we had a sticker on it or something like that, I'm sure we'd be apt to throw our badge and patch on it. We're pretty proud of that stuff, so I'd love to throw that stuff on the side of a drone.
All right, thank you.
Well, yeah, most of my questions have been answered. I think the FAA is kind of the arbiter of the regulatory framework around it, so there's all kinds of laws about ADS-B, like identification electronically, and there's a whole bunch of different criteria that is behind the scenes that your 107 and your co-authorization is going to cover you for. I'm very comfortable with it. I do have the policy implications around the privacy. I think the same thing we talked about during code enforcement. But as you were saying, Lexipol, I guess, is your framework for bringing that forward and selecting the pieces. And you work with obviously our chief counsel and the counsel's office to work through that.
Yeah, typically what we do with any policy we release, we come up as an agency, look at a pertinent case law, vet it by the division that it's going to be in, and then we send it over to county council. Typically, Jen Walters is our primary contact over there. They vet the policy, make sure that we haven't missed anything or anything like that, then we send it up the chain for approval from the sheriff and undersheriff.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, and I think the cost savings and the kind of the safety aspect to me, instead of launching a rotorcraft or a fixed wing to do surveillance, it's a huge cost savings and saving the taxpayer dollar and improving the ability to protect people. So I have no additional questions. Madam Clerk, is there a caller on the line?
Yes, Chair, we do have a caller on the line.
Let's call them in, whoever that may be.
Hello, Matthew Coulter, Grass Valley. Yes, drones here to stay. And DJI, the GVPD have theirs. They had it out at Dorsey Marketplace the other day, hunting for a violent individual. I don't think it actually captured him or viewed him because of the tree cover. So a lot of the folks know that they can avoid him doing certain things. The Chinese just I posted on my page, the Chinese just put out information showing a new drone that looks like a bird, looks very much like a bird, hand launched, and their Marines are using it. When Grass Valley got their first drone, it was about $60,000 and they never used it. And their selling point for it was that it was going to be a joint operation where the fire department could use it too. They were going to be able to patrol town and look for hot spots for homeless fires, which would be a good thing to utilize it for, but it was never utilized for that. And if anyone is watching anything that's going on in Ukraine, basically drones have single-handedly kept the Russians at bay from invading Ukraine. It's all the drones. They're producing thousands of them a day, arming them and using them as disposable units to crash into multi-million-dollar pieces of equipment and destroy them. So basically, for the public to think that they need to have privacy, there is no expectation of privacy in public. So when I fly my drone and people get upset that I'm flying a drone, it's funny because there's cameras everywhere. I mean, in 1974, we were reading the date on a dime from outer space with cameras. So I don't know why the public is so uneducated with public photography, but they really need to be brought up to speed by our local government so people stop getting attacked for doing public photography like myself. And I want a sandwich, so I'd like to put in my order now, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Matthew. Any public comment here in the board chambers? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt unless there's any further discussion on part of the board. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. This is to adopt the procurement and then also add it to AB 481 for the military equipment list.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck with the program. With that, we're going to move on to item number 30. This is Acting Public Works Director George Shurick, and this is a presentation of the Nevada County SB 1383 Program Development and Implementation Update related to organic waste. Or did we move that to the afternoon? Oh, thank you for the clarification.
It was discussed earlier this morning that, Chair, you were making a recommendation to move the Rule 20A funding discussion before and then doing the organic waste in the afternoon.
Yep, thank you for the clarification. I was looking at the wrong sheet. We are moving into closed session. That's item 31 and 32. Would you like to read us into closed session?
Yes.
Can we pause for a second? So it is an option for the board to have the board discussion on the undergrounding of the utilities for the Rule 20A funds, to move that up now, or would you like to go into closed session? So that's a decision point for the board.
Yeah.
We have it agendized for 1:30 on our updated agenda that we received this morning.
Okay, that was not part of the recommendation.
No,
Okay.
I think we'll go into closed session at this time then. Thank
All right,
you.
sounds
Items
good.
31, and you can, yeah, I think it's too much for us to squeeze in forward. That's why I was suggesting, well, we don't want to, yeah, let's take a brief, I'm going to take a brief recess here for a second and convene with Allison. Thank you for your patience with that. We'll turn it over to George Shurick, and this is a resolution of intention to form the Red Dog Road Underground Utilities District and schedule a public hearing on September 10th, 2024 for the gathering public interest in utility undergrounding. Tricia Tillotson, thank you.
Thank you. So Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director, and I'm pleased to introduce Pat Perkins, our Principal Civil Engineer, and Stephen Whittlesey, our Senior Civil Engineer, who will be presenting on this item. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, board members. We're here today to give you an update on the Rule 20A undergrounding program. Our Rule 20A undergrounding program is one of the projects that we have listed in our CIP. If you go to the next slide. So what is a Rule 20A program, or what is a Rule 20A project? In short, what these programs are is we are going to be undergrounding utility lines, particularly with PG&E and or Liberty Energy. The whole goal is to take these lines and put them underground. There are additional cable, communications, AT&T, Comcast, et cetera, that typically go along with these. But in short, what the project really is taking these lines from overhead and putting them underground. The current project that we have with Nevada County and the Rule 28 project is we have funds that have been set aside from PG&E and or Liberty Energy. Currently, we have roughly $7.3 million in PG&E credits, as well as $2.8 million additional dollars from Liberty Energy. And one thing I want to point out is that these aren't actual dollars. What ends up happening is that each time you pay your utility bill, PG&E and or Liberty set aside a certain amount of that bill, and we build these credits with PG&E or Liberty. And as these credits accrue over years and years, eventually you get enough money where you can go out and build a project. PG&E retains these credits and they work with us, so it's not actually a money kind of a thing. If you go back. There are a couple different pots of money, if you will. As I mentioned, Liberty Energy, we currently have $2.8 million set aside. One of the things that we're looking at is that Liberty Energy roughly runs from Donner Summit easterly. PG&E runs from Donner Summit to the west. So the Liberty Energy funds or credits that we have would need to be spent on the east side of the county. As we went through and were looking for various projects to spend this $2.8 million on, we were unable to identify a project within Liberty Zone in the east half of the county that was not within the town of Truckee borders. So we've been reaching out to the town of Truckee to find out if they might have a project where we could use these fees. What we don't want to do is lose the fees, so we're trying to coordinate with town of Truckee to see if they might have a project. So we're in preliminary discussions with them. No final decisions or anything have been made, but we are in discussions with the town of Truckee. In addition to that 2.8, as I mentioned, we still have $7.3 million in the PG&E fees or credits. What staff is proposing at this point, and what we're looking to do, is spend roughly $5.8 million on a project for Red Dog Road, undergrounding of the utilities, as I mentioned, and we're also in communications with the city of Grass Valley for donating or letting them use approximately $1.5 million of these credits with PG&E for their LeBar Meadows project. Again, we're just getting going. No final decisions have been made from staff level, but we are having those discussions. One thing I do want to point out is that should the board decide that we want to try to keep all of that $7.3 million, we do have the ability to use those funds. The project really has three goals. First and foremost, as I mentioned, is to take these utility lines and place them underground. That's really what we're after with this project. But in addition to that, I think it's also critical that we try to widen out our roads. So when we put in these undergrounds, my goal is to try to move those off into the shoulder, thereby widening the road. And it allows for additional pedestrians or cyclists on the side of the road. In addition to that, by widening the road out in an emergency situation, particularly for Red Dog Road, the wider we can make that road, the easier it's going to be for a fire evacuation or during the wintertime. So it's kind of a threefold is really what we're aiming for on this project. And this is really what we're trying to avoid. The picture on the left that I took was, you can see the trees crossing the power line, and this was just a couple years ago where we've got so much snow dropping on the lines and people out of power for an extended period of time. The photo on the right, what we're trying to show is the volume of lines that are up in the power poles, utility poles, if you will. And there's everything up there from, again, Comcast, AT&T, Power. There's a multitude of lines that will be going underground. When we have these credits set up, one of the questions comes up is, okay, great, you're going to put these power lines underground. How do you decide which of the 560 miles of road where we're going to spend these funds? So what the staff did was we put together a matrix, if you will, and using all the criteria, we came up with a list of potential projects. Some of the biggest clarifications on this chart is that the road had to be a collector road or a major collector or an arterial. So that kind of ruled out a lot of the Alta Sierras, Cascade Shores, things like that. So it needed to be on a main road. We were also looking for areas with previous damage, again, snow damage. So we're trying to find lines that we thought would really help that way. One of the things as we went through this matrix is we ended up coming with an even score between Banner Lava Cap and Red Dog Road. And the thing that pushed Red Dog to the top was the pedestrians and the cyclists. That was one of the biggest things, that there was a definite need on Red Dog for that road. So that was one of the items that pushed it over. Additionally, Red Dog has another 1,000 ADT vehicle trips per day. So that's why Red Dog ended up being our choice. The project overview, again, is to take at least for the county portion, what we're proposing is that with that $5.8 million, we would underground utilities from roughly Boulder and we'll work our way up towards Pasquale. Because we're in such a preliminary state right now, we don't know exactly how far we're going to get. We think that we're going to be able to get to Pasquale, but until we get into full engineering, we don't know exactly what our limits are going to be. Future phases could include moving from Pasquale up to Quaker Hill Road, Quaker Hill Crossroad, depend on which section that we go. It's going to depend. One of the things that we really need to focus on today is forming an undergrounding district. So I've mentioned that we want to work on Red Dog. So what we've done is we've outlined an area that has all 3 of these phases in it. In order to get the project moving forward and to secure the funds before December 31st, we need to form an undergrounding district. And that is really one of the key takeaways from today's presentation.
Great, thank you, Pat. So here we have a map of the proposed undergrounding district. This extends all the way from Boulder Street up to Banner Quaker Hill Road at the top of the hill. It's proposed to form the district encompassing all 3 phases, just so that we wouldn't have to go back to the board, go through this whole process 2 or 3 times. This saves staff resources and allows us to make that decision closer to final design and construction of the project. The other projects besides the Red Dog Road that we're working with the other jurisdictions on include the town of Truckee, which we've already discussed, our $2.8 million in credits with Liberty Energy. Staff has looked into any potential projects in the Eastern County, and there were no viable projects that would qualify under this Rule 28 program. For the city of Grass Valley, they have their identified project on LeBar Meadows Road, which would involve undergrounding towards the Nevada County Operations Center on LeBar Meadows Road. The project would benefit both the county and the city for the residents that live out towards Alta Sierra. It would also benefit potential bike lanes on LeBar Meadow Road, and it would also increase reliability of power at the Nevada County Operations Center. Looking back at our Red Dog project, for the county, we would bear the responsibilities for all the upfront district formation, getting undergrounding agreements with the utilities such as AT&T, PG&E, and Comcast. We would also be responsible for right-of-way delineation and mapping and landowner agreements. Once those upfront steps are completed, the project is really taken over in large part by PG&E, who will lead the design, the construction, and the internal coordination with the other overhead utilities that are on the utility poles. However, the county will still remain active on the project and will have input on the design and the coordination that's occurring. The project would have a marginal impact on the utility rates for the parcels that are within the district. Again, the Rule 28 work credits are credits that go towards the undergrounding project. They basically alleviate the upfront burden. However, it's repaid over a long period of time by the ratepayers who are within that district area. The action today does not authorize the county to assess any fees. This would be at the final project cost, and determination of the impact on the rates would be at a later date when we have final design information. The staff costs for this project, there is no matching requirement for Rule 28 funds. However, it's preliminary estimated that it would cost about 5% of the overall project costs spread out over 5 or more years. That comes up to close to $400,000. Staff is still identifying a source for these funds for staff time on the project. However, if staff were responsible for design and construction, these costs would be a lot higher. So PG&E taking on that effort saves the county staff resources and efforts. The next steps for the process in forming the undergrounding district are to hold public outreach sessions with the affected parcel owners. It's to hold a public hearing at the next available Board of Supervisors meeting, And at that point, it would be actually forming the undergrounding district. After the district is formed, staff will work with PG&E and CPUC to be listed as an active community with an active project, and we'll get underway with PG&E towards completing project construction by 2033. So here, what we're here to do today is get the ball rolling with the utility district formation. So far, we have about 3 of these 6 steps completed. We've identified the project envelope. We've identified the utility district boundaries. We still have to conduct that public outreach informational meeting with the public, and we've completed meetings with PG&E, AT&T, Comcast regarding the undergrounding. The proposed informational session is tentatively scheduled for August 28th at 6 p.m. in the Board of Supervisors chamber. And after that informational meeting, we would conduct a formation hearing, which would be a public hearing at a Board of Supervisors meeting, which is proposed for the September 10th Board of Supervisors meeting. So with that said, the staff is recommending that the board adopt the resolution of intention to form the underground district for Red Dog Road. Staff also recommends that the public informational meeting be scheduled for August 28th at 6 p.m. in the board chambers. Staff recommends that the public hearing for the actual formation of the Red Dog Road Underground Utilities District be scheduled for September 10th at 10 a.m. in the board chambers. Staff also recommends that the board authorize the Director of Public Works or their designee to negotiate agreements and act on behalf of the Board of Supervisors as needed to negotiate and complete the formation of the Red Dog Road Underground Utilities District. Staff also recommends that the board authorize staff to continue negotiations with both the town of Truckee and the city of Grass Valley on their use of Rule 20A credits and any transfer thereof that would benefit the county on their other jurisdictions projects. Any transfer to the town of Truckee or the city of Grass Valley from our credits would require a separate resolution that would be presented to the board. With that, we'd like to open up with a Q&A session. We're here and available for any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of pieces to that. Thank you for, I was just kind of digesting the 5 bullets. And for our reference, could you leave the 5 bullets up there, just kind of help us walk through the talking points? So, and the other one we may want to look at is the rank order, the priority matrix that you had. But I'll turn it over to the board for questions. Does anybody have specific questions? Supervisor with that?
Just one. So when you actually start the construction, I saw that the red dot, it was 3 phases. How long does it take from start to finish to get the work done?
I would say that the phasing is really going to be dependent upon what we come up with during the engineering portion of it. So the way that I envision this happening is that they'll come up with phase 1, which should get us from Boulder Street up to Pasquale. That'll be the project at this point. And then in the future, if additional credits or additional projects come to light from various funding sources, that's how we would fund those second phases. So once construction starts, I anticipate it taking roughly 2 years or 2 seasons to get all that work done.
For all 3 sections?
It'd just be for the phase 1, the
for
first
the phase
section only.
1, okay. Yeah, I just, I think it's really important for the people who live up there to understand what that means, because it's pretty disruptive when you start tearing up the streets. I've lived through it before from a business perspective, and it's not in Nevada City. It starts at Boulder Street, right outside the city limits.
Correct. Right now, the way that we envision is starting from roughly at Boulder Street. That may shift a little bit over towards the cemetery, kind of at the bottom of the hill, and working our way up. But again, because we're in very preliminary design, it's going to shift a little bit either way. We're certainly aware of the construction aspects that are going to go with this, and it will definitely be disruptive. However, the end result, by widening out the road for better ingress, egress for cyclists and protecting utilities
Right.
from storms.
I mean, I think it's an absolute necessity. both for safe, for public safety, riding your bike or driving on the streets, as well as for fire, because just having all those lines up there is never, it's never great when you live in a neighborhood like that. So I support this, and I just, will hope that we will really work with the neighbors and let them know what the expectation is. I know they're replacing the bridge in Nevada City right now, which is very disruptive for the people who kind of live up in that neighborhood because they can't get through that way. And so they're living through that this summer. And I think people are they're pretty willing to work with you as long as that we communicate really well and they know exactly what the expectation is. So
Absolutely. This is going to be a very long process,
Yeah.
and this is just the very beginning, and there will be multiple public meetings as time goes on. Certainly when we start getting to the 10%, 50%, 90% plans as time goes on, well before we start construction, so yes.
And then absolutely let us know how we can make sure that the people who live up there know, because oftentimes people get those notices from the county and they just toss them without even looking at them. So, so Supervisor Hall will she'll get the calls. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, thank you. This is in my district, so I've had the opportunity to talk to you guys about this before. And, you just did a big project down and, it's escaping me, a big pavement process, and I got no complaints at all. So that, that was obviously going to be a point for me too, that whenever we get to that point to do some good outreach, which it looks like we know how to do. My big other question that I hadn't thought of before is the idea of adding bike lanes and walking area and expanding that road. It's great. It's a location that needs it. Is PG&E aware of that? And are they willing to do that part of it as part of this?
Yeah, I would change what you said slightly and say that we're going to be widening out the shoulders. I'm not going to put, the plan right now is not to put in a traditional bike lane. We're going to widen the road out wherever possible to create a safer environment. So we may not make the full 4 to 5 feet in some areas just because the road has so much cut and fill. There's going to be spots where we're just not going to reasonably make the full bike lane width. To your other part of your question, yes, PG&E is aware of that, and that was one of the very early discussions we had with them was, hey, if we're going to move this project forward, this is what we want for our community.
Okay. And then I'd be also concerned about the oversight that we want to have over PG&E, given, they've done some really good jobs, and they've done some that aren't so good, and so I just want to make sure we have as much control as we need to with the design, and then also with how they're managing the construction, so that there is access in the neighborhood.
I plan to be very involved.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Schofield.
Well, this is great, Patrick. Probably don't even want to bring this up, except that, how did you determine that to be the priority versus LeBar Meadows?
When we were looking at the various ways to benefit the community as a whole, we had to come up with some really rough cost estimates as to how we wanted to split the money, how we wanted to use the money. So when we were coming up with our estimates, we looked at getting up to Pasquale and we said, okay, we think we can make it about this far. One of the things that we've balanced out is staff capacity, and we just don't have the staff to take on 3 or 4 of these smaller projects. So part of this matrix, if you will, the criteria that we used was picking up a project that was at least $5 to $5.5 million, and this section of Red Dog fit very nicely into that particular section. One of the other things is that early on, we had discussions with the city of Grass Valley and Truckee to find out, what's the best way to use these funds for the community, again, as a whole. And Grass Valley said, hey, we've got this project that's going to be working from South Auburn down to McKnight and then out towards the Nevada County Operations Center. And they said, hey, we're short about $1.5 million. What do you think? Is this something that we could work with? And our thought at the time was, that project, again, benefits a lot of the folks out in Alta Sierra. It's a major collector road. It's a major fire ingress egress route. So rather than spending all the money in one particular spot, maybe it makes sense to share it for the community as a whole. And that was part of our thought process, because it doesn't just benefit the city of Grass Valley. It benefits all of Nevada County, all the residents.
Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking too. when you look at evacuations, who has the largest population that would benefit from it? Depending where the fire is, I mean, you're looking at Alta Sierra, you're looking at Lake of the Pines perhaps, who knows?
Yeah, it would really depend on which way a fire's coming, like you said. We do know that it's a major collector road. I don't know what the average daily traffic on that road is, but it's thousands of vehicles a day. So there's a lot of benefit to a lot of different people in this particular zone.
And that project's being recommended to be funded.
Well, yeah, at some point. When would that happen, though?
Can you go over the cost estimates and the plan and the recommendations, going back to the 5 points?
Is that more of a project the city would be more involved with then?
The way that if the board deems it appropriate and the funds would go to the city of Grass Valley, they're working on their project right now, so they would kind of be in the same boat that we are with forming this underground district. So if the board says, yep, this is something that we want to do, we would reach out to the city of Grass Valley. They would write us a letter requesting the funds. We would then say, yes, we're willing to give you the funds or donate the funds toward this particular project. The city of Grass Valley would then work with PG&E to form their own undergrounding district, and they would be moving forward on a virtually similar path to what we're doing.
So Chair Bullock and supervisors, what we're seeking today is that policy direction to give staff authority to work with the city of Grass Valley and the town of Truckee on projects that are not in the corporate area of the county. If the board provides that policy direction, staff will go ahead and negotiate with the town and the city, and there's a process that will eventually come back to you for approval. If the board decides not to provide that policy direction, then staff is prepared to then extend the phases in an unincorporated area of the county on the project that you just got briefed on.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you, Patrick.
Supervisor Hook? You don't have any questions? I would just make a couple comments. I am very familiar with this, and I talked with staff about it. In Eastern County, it's interesting because we should note that this is all distribution money to underground distribution, not transmission lines. So in Truckee, Liberty comes in from the east side to the Truckee sub, and then it serves all the distribution networks for TDPUD and some of the residential customers in the eastern part of that with Sierra Pacific Power, I guess called Liberty now or something. So we don't necessarily have the same apples to apples needs in Eastern County. So I guess my point is I like what is going on here. I'm supportive of you working with the town of Truckee to find a project that's commensurate with the needs of that part of the county. I would mention that I do have a small group of constituents on Donner Summit that are PG&E customers who have recently contacted me and had significant complaints about power outages, extended power outages that have destroyed property and refrigerators and things of that nature. We're going to talk with PG&E later. I called PG&E and met with this constituent in PG&E, and I just wanted to let everybody know that those concerns that are happening there from PG&E on Donner Summit will not be addressed through a program like this. They're unrelated, completely unrelated. So, welcome to our world. Yeah, well, welcome to PG&E land. Yeah. But yeah, no, I just wanted to mention that we do have our own PG&E needs in District 5, but they won't benefit from this project. And I like what I see here. So thanks for putting the forethought together and working with our partners.
And please let them know, just because you underground the utilities does not prevent power outages.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I live in a neighborhood that has underground utilities and have had significant power outages since I've been there in a short period of time. As to when I lived downtown where I didn't have them, my power never went out. I was not prepared for having power outages when I moved to a more modern neighborhood that had underground utilities. One of the worst areas in the city of Grass Valley for power outages is Morgan Ranch, and all the utilities are underground there. So just let them know that having them undergrounded doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to have power outages.
Sure, yeah, no, great point.
But it does stop fires.
Yes.
So that's the key component of this, is the fire component of it.
Yeah.
So, and just one other thing too, and I believe this program of credits is going away. And so this is another really important time. We don't want to lose these dollars because we can't extend them. I think that's the important part of this conversation.
The fees do go away, and if we do not form the underground district by the end of this year, the fees or credits will definitely go away. And town of Truckee, Grass Valley, and us are all all in the same boat.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we can get this underground district formed by the end of the year, that gives us quite a bit of breathing room as far as working with PG&E over the next several years. There's a bunch of different steps, as Stephen mentioned, that we're going to have to get going on. But forming that undergrounding district is really the critical piece.
I was just going to mention two pieces. One of them is I'm really sympathetic to the neighborhoods having their, because all the house drops are going to be replaced. Everything going to the house is going to go underground. So like, there's a huge amount of impact there. So, definitely talking about that and telling that story and having outreach around that is important to me. The other piece is, and I'm sure you're talking about this, but I was going to look over at Stephen, ISP support, conduit for ISP development, I think is critical too. And I know you're probably thinking about all that. And the last part is, I was going to throw my pen up when you said no bike lanes. I was just going to be like, but I would like a bike lane, Patrick. If we can somehow do like the double white line where there, and I know Christian and I talked about this, and I know sometimes we have the white line, which is like half on the pavement and kind of in the dirt a little bit. But if we could somehow get some definitive demarcation with paint or something, like, can we benefit somehow? Bikes and pedestrians would be awesome.
My goal is to widen it as much as we can. I don't want to promise that we're going to be able to get that full width, just again because of the cut slopes and the fill slopes there. It's just so tight. We're going to get it as wide as we possibly can and try to give folks as much room as we can.
But Supervisor, we share your goal and we hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much. With that, I'm totally supportive. Thanks for all the hard work on this. We're going to open up public comment now. Anybody inside the board chambers like to make comment on the item? Seeing none, we could go to any callers who may be calling in online.
There are no callers, Chair.
No callers, okay. Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment on this item. I'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion needed? No, seeing none, I would entertain a motion, and this is going to be...
So moved.
Okay, all 5 of them.
Second.
Is that okay? Okay, we have a motion and a second. You guys are going pretty quickly. Somebody must be hungry. We'll entertain we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, the board is going to go into closed session on items 31 and 32. 31 is Arise Grass Valley, Inc., and then 32 is some required training, 54957A, and we'll have I'm going to take public comment on closed session. Anybody like to make public comment on closed session? Any callers for public comment on our closed session? No?
Hi, Chair. No, we do not have any public callers
Okay,
at this
we're going
time.
to close public comment on the closed session items, and I'm going to turn it over to our county council to read us into closed session, and then the board will be back convening here at 1:30 after lunch.
I think you just gave us all of the information we needed. I don't think I need to add anything more. It's not mandated for me to read it, and you've announced it, so.
Thank you. See everybody here at 1:30. Are we staying here for closed session? Part of it?
We have 2 closed session items. Which one do we want to take first? Okay, we're going to do in the conference
Annex
room first.
Okay, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. one who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, You won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching the fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. I'm going to ask that our county council read us out of closed session.
Thank you, Chair Bullock. Regarding both items, information was provided to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. And with that, we're going to move on to item 30. This is Acting Public Works Director George Shurk, and this is a presentation of the Nevada County SB 1383 Program Development and Implementation Update related to organic waste. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the board. As you know, we've been doing this process for a while now, and it's getting ready to come to a head here soon. And so David, our program manager for solid waste, David Garcia, is here to give a presentation and an update on all things related to 1383.
Thank you, Supervisors. David Garcia, solid waste program manager with the county. And as George mentioned, today's presentation is to give a high-level overview of some of the activities we've been working on over the last few years and that we're currently working on. And we're going to start with just giving you guys a real quick update on what 1383 is. In 2016, Governor Brown signed SB 1383 into law with the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions generated from landfills that, organic waste breakdown in landfills. Obviously, in Nevada County, we already divert a lot of organics waste. For example, we have green waste programs, cardboard, paper products, a lot of the things that are on the list of organics waste we already divert. But the big challenge for jurisdictions is getting at food waste. So really, when we're talking about SB 1383, we're talking about food waste. And the estimates are that the food waste stream that currently goes to the landfills, something like 20% of the existing waste stream. And SB 1383 has two main components for diverting that material. One is edible food recovery. So the goal is to get what is projected to be a pretty substantial amount of food waste that's actual edible food waste in the hands of food recovery organizations. And then the second part is for the remainder of the food waste to go to organics processing, waste to energy facilities, or compost facilities so that it can be turned into something useful. As we've talked about many, many times, one of the biggest challenges with SB 1383 is that it's an unfunded mandate. And by all projections, there's a substantial price tag that goes along with implementing SB 1383 programs, not just locally, but Cal Recycle's estimates are that we need to build something like 100 plus new facilities across the state to handle all of the organics waste that's going to be going to the waste stream. So we're going to be going through a little bit of the history. I don't intend to go through each of these bullet points in detail. However, just kind of to point out, since 2016, we've been involved in the regulatory rulemaking process, both directly by providing comments during all of the iterative drafts, but also as members, active members of groups like RCRC, SEAC, CSAC. So we've been really involved in the regulatory rulemaking process. And although the rulemaking process took several years and was actually a year behind schedule, the implementation timelines didn't change. And the county has been working on implementing or planning for SB 1383 for several years now, prior to even the completion of the actual regulatory text. Just to point out, the Board of Supervisors has also been involved along the way. Some of the highlights on this slide: in 2019, we did a franchise agreement amendment, which addressed a lot of SB 1383 stuff, which we'll talk about in more detail later in the presentation. And also awarding design contracts for the McCourtney Road Transfer Station, program development contracts, MOUs with the City of Grass Valley to help partner in the development of programs, ordinances and policy amendments. So again, this isn't a complete list, but just gives us an idea that the county has been working on this and the board has been working on this for several years now. Moving on, so what are the elements or jurisdiction responsibilities under SB 1383? The big one is to provide a 3-cart collection system, establish edible food recovery programs, conduct education and outreach, procurement of organic waste products, capacity planning to ensure that we have adequate space and a place to put our organics waste, and then finally monitoring and compliance. In today's presentation, we're going to hit on each of these categories. First and foremost, we're going to hit on the collection system, and there's actually a few slides to deal with this. This is probably going to be the biggest noticeable impact to most residents in Nevada County and businesses. SB 1383, again, requires that we provide a 3-cart system. Our plan is to leverage our existing green waste program. So we already have a green waste cart. About 50% of the residents in Nevada County already utilize that cart, and so by leveraging that existing program, we feel like that's the best way forward for Nevada County. This will require that service becoming a weekly service, and it will require additional truck routes, staffing, et cetera, to make that happen. I'll note a few things. One is under our ordinance amendment that we did, residents are still allowed to self-haul material to the McCourtney Road Transfer Station or home compost. And we also have a lot of community stops in Nevada County, residents that don't have curbside access to collection services. And for those residents, space constraints might be an issue, other things. So we've provided a waiver for those folks. They could elect to have service if they have space, but they're not required to if it's not feasible or possible. And then for commercial customers, the plan is to provide a 64-gallon cart, and the number of carts and frequency of collection will be dictated by the need of the business. And all of these programs are scheduled to begin in January 2025 upon completion of the McCourtney Road Transfer Station project. There are waivers for portions of the county, the two most significant being the elevation waivers, so areas of the county over 4,500 feet and low population, those areas in census tracts with less than 75 people per square mile. And so essentially, eastern Nevada County and some portions of western Nevada County, but extensively eastern Nevada County is exempt from the collection requirements. Also, Nevada City is exempt from the collection requirements. This doesn't exempt Truckee or eastern County from all of the requirements, primarily just the collection requirements. In order to begin our programs, we do need to finalize a franchise agreement amendment. As I mentioned earlier, we came to the board in 2019 to do a franchise agreement amendment, which did address a lot of SB 1383 elements. It allowed us to have outreach and education language, contamination monitoring language. It allowed us to spell out how we were going to deliver the McCourtney Transfer Station project. But at that time, the final regulatory text was not complete, and we didn't know where we would be able to take material or what that would cost. So we always had a placeholder and knew that we were going to be coming back to the board prior to starting our programs to finalize those elements. We're currently finalizing negotiations, and I again should mention that this is something we've been working on for several years now, and something we've discussed extensively in solid and hazardous waste commissions and community meetings and in our outreach efforts. So this isn't a new topic. Additionally, the board has appointed an ad hoc subcommittee to review negotiation points, and we've been meeting with supervisors to brief them and update them on this. And we anticipate coming back to the Board of Supervisors next month with a formal presentation or item to discuss specifically the franchise agreement amendment. Prior to starting our collection programs, we need to finalize the McCourtney Road Transfer Station project. This project had two primary goals. One is to allow us to be in compliance with SB 1383. We currently don't have a place to segregate food waste. So we can't start our programs until that's completed, and also to address traffic issues at a 30-year-old facility. We've been very busy since the last update to the board. I believe at the board workshop, we are going vertical, which is very exciting. So buildings are starting to go up. The scale houses are starting to go up. We're 100% done with earthwork and utility undergrounding and a lot of those elements. So we're getting very close and anticipate turning that new building on in September, and we would obviously be coming back to the Board of Supervisors to be inviting you guys to a ribbon cutting, which we're very excited about, and also inviting the media to attend that as well. So more to come on phase 1 of the McCourtney Transfer Station project. Edible food recovery, again, an important element of SB 1383. We've been working with environmental health to create programs and provide training and workshops to staff and businesses. This year, we've had a very productive workshop series in the community, and we're doing other education and outreach efforts. And just to kind of summarize what Tier 1 and Tier 2 is. Tier 1 are large grocery stores primarily. Most of those businesses already backhaul and donate edible food to regional edible food recovery programs. And then the second tier, Tier 2, which came into play this year, is restaurants, hospitals, retirement facilities, schools, and this is a much more challenging sector to implement edible food recovery programs in. And again, the goal is to divert this material to organizations like Sierra Community House, Interfaith Food Ministry, Nevada County Food Bank, et cetera. And the county's primary role is to make the connections between the businesses and the food recovery organizations. So again, making sure that they're aware of each other and that they have those contacts. The next element of SB 1383 is inspection and enforcement requirements. Inspections, again, this is something we've worked extensively with environmental health. Environmental health already does kitchen inspections for food businesses, so the logical step is to implement SB 1383 inspections or an inspection checklist as part of that existing inspection program. So, inspectors will be looking for things like education material in the kitchen and in the front of house, make sure that there's bins available to customers and to staff, and then again, making sure that they have edible food recovery agreements per SB 1383. For residential customers, this is probably primarily going to be achieved through our Smart Truck program, which has already been in place for the last several years with our recycling program. So we have technology essentially helping us do that effort. Procurement, this is something that came to the board earlier this year. We are required to procure recycled organic waste products based on our population. This can be achieved by procuring energy, fuel, or material generated SB 1383 compliant facilities. This is incredibly challenging for Nevada County since we don't have any SB 1383 compliant processing facilities. So we don't have readily available access to these types of products or materials. And so the costs are much higher for us because we have to, haul and do other things in order to get that material here. I should note that there are conversion factors implemented in the law. So the highest conversion factor is compost, which our goal is 5,000 tons per year of organic product. Our compost goal is 3,000 tons per year. We're meeting this goal through a partnership with a company called Zero Foodprint, which is essentially a compost broker that matches farms with compost from any facility in the state of California that meets SB 1383 requirements. And so one of the goals this year is that we are outreaching extensively to the local ag community to get as many local folks using this material as possible. So that's one of the focuses this year. And again, we're going to talk about that in the next couple of slides. The final component I'll hit on is education and outreach. So this is a required element of SB 1383, but we also feel it is a critical element to implementing any programs if we want those programs to be successful. So we've really put a lot of our effort into education and outreach. And we've been doing multiple tracks, if you will, of educational and outreach. The first one, obviously, we did significant education and outreach for the McCourtney Road Transfer Station renovation project, both during design and through construction, to make sure folks knew what was going on with the project and what to expect during construction, and we continue that effort. Edible food recovery, again, working with environmental health to develop programs, but also an effort to make sure that we're educating those businesses, we're having workshops, we're having open communication and dialogue so that we can, as a community, figure out how to do that. It's not a one-size-fits-all deal. The next thing is procurement. As I mentioned, in 2023, we identified Zero Foodprint kind of late in the year after convening an internal working group to try to identify how we were going to meet procurement. So we didn't have a lot of time to outreach to the ag community. So our goal this year was to get in early and to really do a push to the ag community. And so far, we think that effort has been successful, at least based on our preliminary data. And then finally, SB 1383 collection. So this has been kind of the yeoman's effort for solid waste, making sure that nobody in Nevada County doesn't know or isn't aware that this program is coming in January 2025. Luckily, we got an SB 1383 grant to help us with this. We also now have staff available to help us with this, and that's been very crucial, not just in program development, but also in our outreach efforts. We're going to be handing pails out at the fair starting tomorrow. We're going to be doing and have been doing lots of community outreach, but also things like media. We do a monthly radio show with Waste Management, getting the word out that way. And finally, our website. We spent a lot of effort trying to get our website so that it's a great landing page and responsive to people's questions, and we see that as a living, a breathing thing. So if we get something that we didn't anticipate, a question or a concern that we didn't anticipate, we're continuously trying to update and improve upon that. Again, with that, we're out there, and we'll see probably all of you at the fair, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of information there, and you've done a good job keeping us updated, particularly with the MERT's progress and 1383 along the way. So I'm just going to open it up to the board for any questions. I know Supervisor Hook, do you have any questions?
No, did you bring me a bucket?
Absolutely.
No, I know. I'm looking forward. I hope that we make some really great connections out the fair because it's something we talk about everywhere we go, and I still don't. There's so many people that still don't even know what 1383 is. So we have a lot of education to do, and you guys are really working it, and it's so nice to have staff. I just say, this is another one of those unfunded mandates that is a little bit of a struggle here because environmental health is going to have an impact here. We have an impact. You are a one-person show, so you guys are doing a great job. We just have a lot left to do. There's no doubt about that. And I just was talking to a guy in a restaurant, and we've even had a meeting with the restaurant. What do you mean we have to separate this stuff, right? I'm like, were you not at the meeting? So I just want to commend you, though, the work that we are doing. We still have a lot to do. I'm looking forward to see what kind of connections we make at the fair. And then I thought about this with the Youth Commission. I thought that was kind of interesting today when we saw if somebody could do some sort of a little program like that through the school What a great idea. Let's educate our kids to take home and tell our parents what to do, right? I just saw this on Leave It to Beaver. Makes me funny. My mom watches this, right? And she made him fire chief for the day. And he went around and was telling everybody how to be safe with fire, right? And then they talked about, but the educated side was better than giving the citations. But I thought, how simplistic, right? And then watching that young lady do that today, what a great idea to add to that and take a little weight off your back, maybe, on that school side of that. So, yeah, I just am, and I was just out at the Mertz, and it is so fun to see that building going up, and I feel like there's a lot of things that'll smooth out when we actually get to open the door and make this happen where people see it in its reality. So, and if you need compost, that's a good program that we have coming back, and you get a rebate, so if you know farmers out there that do need that. So that's another helpful hint, and I don't know that all of our farmers are taking advantage of that. Some of them, the organic side is a little bit different, but like, we're really working. You guys, since 2016, since I came on 2019, the amount of work going on, it just keeps doubling up. And it's just been interesting over a period of time. You'd think everybody in town would be like SB 1383. So we're here to help you too. We'll keep spreading these messages around. I got to work with my folks up in the hills that don't get collection service, because I think that's going to be an important part. This is about education, not about citation, but eventually it will be, because we're going to get fined. We get fined a hefty fine over a certain period of time if we go over our limit. So it's going to take all of us to really keep spreading this message and keeping us out of hot water here and doing good things with our composting. So.
And I should note that we're always happy and willing to, go to community groups, to talk to any folks that have questions, either individually or in groups, Rotary clubs, town halls, anything like that. We are always available and happy to do that.
Yeah, so that's another great thing. So thanks for doing that. I was thinking of how we can incorporate that with some of our big things, like maybe our fire safe community meetings. Maybe that'd be a great place to engage that with, because we're wanting vegetation, and you can mix that. That's going to be a new one where you can mix your food waste with your green waste. So that's a new concept for a lot of people. I always tell everybody, get chickens. Chickens eat everything. But no, but thank you, David, seriously, and so glad to have you on board. Thank you. You've been a great help. I think that's been wonderful. Awesome. So, and Amy, hang in there. We appreciate all that environmental health does with this too. It's just one more layer of the package, right?
Thanks. Supervisor Schofield.
Just want to say thank you for the CDA update that we had recently, because we went through all this. Greatly appreciated. Just thinking of future meetings in the South County, when we look at our MAC, Jeffrey, perhaps this topic could be put in at the same time that we did do Amy with environmental health in October. So just keep that in mind. Thanks, David.
Yes.
Supervisor Hall.
Thank you for doing such a great job getting this to work. I know when it started, it was like, how are we going to do this in a rural area? But it sounds like you've got some great solutions here. So yeah, on the outreach, let us know how to help. I've been pretty good about reposting stuff from the county on my Facebook account. I guess I have to gear up my Instagram account, which I have. But if you can provide, I've always asked if you can provide something that's easy to copy, we could help with that. And then, it's the smallest thing. We get the complaints about the smallest things, and you get them all forwarded to you. My big concern, honestly, is just getting the bins out there, or swapping out, if we're going to swap out the green bins, I have a green bin for my green waste, and if I'm going to keep that, or you're going to give me a gray bin. That the bin thing has been, I've experienced it every single time we've needed to change a bin or get a bin, and hear about it from my constituents. So if you could be clear with Waste Management that they've got to, whatever they need to do, hire extra people or whatever to make that process work easier, that will save us all a lot of headaches. But otherwise, I think it looks good, and we'll see how the outreach does. And I know it'll take a lot of repeating to get people to do it.
Thank you.
Thanks. I have a few questions.
So I thought I saw on your slide, it said that if people wanted to compost themselves, does that mean they don't have to have that third bin?
No, so SB 1383 does require that we provide a 3-cart service to customers. So that's going to be perfunctory. It's going to be a base level of service, again, with the exception being folks that don't have curbside service.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that we're not encouraging folks to, home compost or do other things. And one of the elements that we kind of see with having a 3-cart system is it may be an opportunity for folks maybe to downgrade a size of service, or increase the availability of green waste, for home green waste processing. So that's a thought process.
I personally do think that it is going to discourage people from doing home compost because they're paying for that third bin. And that's one of the things we haven't really talked about is what the additional fees are going to be. And it's my understanding we haven't finalized what the additional fee is going to be yet for people to have, because a lot of people I know just have the recycling and the garbage. They don't have that third bin. So has the county or has Waste Management determined how much the unincorporated areas will be paying for that third cart?
Yes, so as I mentioned, we're just wrapping up the negotiations. We're meeting with the ad hoc committee and supervisors now, and we're working on a presentation and item to come to the board in September. So we're going to come back with a presentation or an item focused just on specific on rates and on amendments necessary to meet the SB 1383 requirements. And again, the one thing I will mention is that our focus throughout negotiations and throughout development of our programs is obviously to meet state mandates, but also to have a program that has the most benefit and the least financial impact to our customers. We know that that's going to be a challenge. And unfortunately, SB 1383 does come with real challenges and costs. So that's another element that's real.
I think how it's going to get communicated to us in the form of complaints is people are not paying attention to what's going on, and they're going to get their waste management bill, and it's going to be $12 or $15 higher than it had been the previous 2 months. So that's I think that's where we're going to see it, just based on kind of my current knowledge of what's going on. So when you're looking at the tier 1 and the tier 2, so the tier 1 has already been, both of these have been implemented, but for example, like we don't have any hotels that have 200 plus rooms. We really don't have any restaurants that are over 5,000 square feet. We don't have large venues and events other than maybe the fairgrounds. So will those tier 2 people, the people who are in those commercial businesses, will they just automatically then be enrolled in it come January of 2025 since they haven't had to start it? And are they aware of it? I mean, have we been working with those tier 2 people who don't fit this criteria?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're not doing any sort of, enforcement. We're doing just education and outreach. We're incorporating it into our environmental health inspections as an educational opportunity, letting folks know what it is and what's required. We're meeting with the food recovery organizations so that they're aware of it and they can outreach and make those connections themselves. So really, at this point, it's all education and outreach.
Okay. And also, I share Supervisors Hall concerns about the bin distribution with Waste Management. I mean, it's almost impossible to get a new garbage can from them, and that's when, maybe you have 10 people a week calling you. I can't imagine what's going to happen when they have to distribute thousands of these additional bins to people over the next, I don't know what Waste Management's rollout process is. And then also, hopefully, after January of 2025, when this gets instituted, there's going to be some follow-up with Waste Management to see what's working and what's not, because the cities are, they're talking about I think it's the same for everybody, the waste bin, so your yard waste bin will get picked up every week now instead of every other week. And I know, the situations that I see in Grass Valley is, I mean, some of us don't, you put your yard waste out twice a year. I mean, it depends on when you clean up your yard. It's not like you're living out in the more rural areas where you have yard waste every week. So I think there's going to be some real issues with throwing, a pound of food waste into this 96-gallon bin and what's going to happen. So I'll be really curious to see if Waste Management will be if it's not working, if they're going to be open to some changes for it. Because I think that's where we're going to get a lot of complaints, is people saying, I don't need this. I need this once a month. I don't need this every week. But they have to pay for it. So.
I know, but remember, it's not Waste Management.
Well, it's Waste Management who's charging for it.
But I know, but they're required. That's the key component here, right? Is that Waste Management has to do it because it's a state mandate.
But Waste Management gets to determine how they're going to do it. So they would have the availability to pick up once a month versus every week, but Waste Management is choosing to do it every week, is my understanding.
So this was one of the elements. I mean, we've been, again, looking at this for a while now. And the concern is that, once you start shifting that 20% of the waste stream over to that green waste cart, you're going to start getting serious issues with smell and other things that are going to make it to where, from a health and safety standpoint, it's probably beneficial for us to make that a weekly service. We also aren't aware of any other jurisdictions in the state that are not picking it up on a
Every
weekly
week,
basis.
yeah.
And so we think probably the right approach to do it as a weekly service and treat it like it's trash, essentially.
I think a compromise for that would be, if it's not working out, is for Waste Management to provide smaller, like what they're doing, I guess, Recology down in Sacramento. Everybody just gets a bucket, which is so much more practical than trying to fill a 96-gallon. So I'm just kind of, as I'm watching the whole thing progress over the last year, I'm just kind of, I always come up with what's going to be the impediments to doing this, and how is it going to work, and is it going to be successful. I really appreciate David is a rock star with this stuff. I get calls from people all the time, and I refer them to his office, and he is fantastic, and I appreciate how much hard work has gone into this. I know that the city of Grass Valley is super frustrated with how this has been rolled out, and I appreciate you working with them to make sure that we're kind of all on the same page. And when we're talking, because my constituents cross both the county and the city on this issue, and making sure that we're on the same page and we're all working together. So I look forward to our October hazardous waste meeting, and because I'm sure this is going to be a big topic of discussion. And any help you need in doing any sort of community meetings with this, I'm happy to attend. Especially, I know that the Waste Management's been doing some restaurant meetings.
Those have been kind of in coordination with the county, our consultant R3, and the city of Grass Valley, and Waste Management's been very helpful in helping us.
And have people been showing up to those meetings?
Yeah, we've had pretty good turnouts.
Okay.
In particular, we had the last one was in downtown Grass Valley at the city hall, and the local downtown association folks were well represented there, and obviously folks are concerned and it's challenging, but we had a really great dialogue, and I think those meetings have been extremely productive, not just for the restaurants, but also for us. Again, kind of like you're saying, I don't see this as we're going to just turn the switch and everything's going to work perfectly. My experience doesn't tell me that that's how it works. My experience tells me that we're all going to learn that this is a big paradigm shift, that there's going to be, extreme challenges. We are really trying to front load the process and plan for, okay, what's the timeline? When are we going to get bins out? How are we going to, logistically make that happen? When are we going to turn this? So we're trying to anticipate as much of this as we can. But again, this is the biggest shift in solid waste in 30 or 40 years. Probably since 1989 when AB 939 required recycling. So this is a big deal,
It is.
and a big challenge.
It's a big deal and a big challenge, and I think it's going to be really hard for people to understand. People don't even know sometimes what is food waste, and now they're telling us, oh, pizza boxes are considered food waste. That's not something that I would think of as food waste. So the education component of this is going to be really important. But we did it with the recycling, and now I see people really going all in on recycling. So I think we can get there. It's just going to be maybe a little painful process going through it. So thank you. Thank you for all the hard work you've done on it. I really appreciate it.
I don't have too many questions that haven't already been answered. I just, I definitely agree with your approach to remaining flexible in the process, and I hope Waste Management is entering into that with the same philosophy for us, one of the questions I did have is on the organic compost side. We are going to give it to a broker, but do people have the ability to like come by and pick it up for free, or do we have anything like that?
So this year we don't. So this year, the way the program works is that third-party vendor, Zero Footprint, essentially manages a compost broker website and program, and it just connects farmers with, again, any facility in the state that has compost. But one of the things that we are looking for in the future is potentially partnering with a community partner like Sierra Harvest or maybe Master Gardeners or some other group where we can do some small quantity giveaways. We don't think we can meet our goal of 3,000 tons of compost a year with giveaway programs, but we do think that there is potential opportunities for us to partner with, again, with community organizations that want to, help us with those programs. And for us, the challenge is obviously staffing. I mean, we don't have, it's me and Stacy, and mostly Stacy. But yeah, we're certainly open to adapting and changing those programs as time goes on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
And I tried to explain to somebody, but just talk a little bit about, so there's all these home composting units you can buy now, and there is not a waiver for those at this point, correct, or is there?
No, I mean, again, home composting is encouraged. If folks want to self-haul, they can home compost, but it's not, it doesn't play
No,
into
it's the one that you
SB19.
plug in at night and your food all goes into it at night, and I was trying to tell somebody the other day that doesn't count. You can empty that into your food waste bin, but at a cost, because that's like $30 or $40 a month, I think.
Right.
Because I think Nevada City bought a bunch of those one time. They were gonna do that in Nevada City.
Anybody can compost if they want, though, right? I'm
So
assuming.
you can, but
Yeah,
it would be another cost, but I'm just saying, there's no exemption. I just wanted that to
Oh,
be
yeah,
clear. There's a lot of people that ask me about that. They have these home composters that are in your kitchen,
Yeah, can you just be exempt?
and they want, and I said, no, I just want a clarification for that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board or comments? No? Madam Clerk, we're going to open up public comment on this. Madam Clerk, is there any callers online?
There are no callers on the line.
No callers. Anybody here in the board chambers want to make public comment on our update on 1383? No, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for the update. Great work.
Just PG&E.
Yeah,
We're almost done.
moving ahead. We're going to move on to item number 33. This is Director of Office of Emergency Services, Craig Griesbach. And Craig's going to introduce our guest with PG&E to give us an update and talk to us about PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Craig and Brandon.
Good afternoon, Chair Bullock and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County. As you know, our utility infrastructure are critical lifelines throughout our rural community and keep us connected to basic life necessities, including electricity, gas, and water. Ensuring they continue to be hardened, enhanced, and maintained are a high priority for us and our utility partners. As we head deeper into fire season, this is even more and more important. Our team at the Office of Emergency Services partners closely with PG&E and communicates with them regularly on measures they are taking to harden infrastructure, implement enhanced power line safety settings, repair infrastructure, and align their efforts with disaster mitigation projects. It's my pleasure to introduce PG&E's Sierra Division Government Affairs Representative, Brandon Sanders, to provide your board with a brief presentation regarding these efforts and answer any questions you may have following his presentation. Brandon.
Thanks, Craig. Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. Once again, Brandon Sanders, Sierra Division Government Affairs. I've got a long list of topics that some that I'm bringing forward and some that were conveyed to me through Craig that we wanted to cover. So hopefully I'll be able to provide you with a pretty detailed report here this afternoon. Of course, it's hot. Decided to forego the tie. It's pretty warm outside. These are some of the items that I'll work through. Some of them are quite familiar, so I won't belabor the familiar ones. But just kind of going into our ongoing efforts to reduce wildfire risk. Just a reminder of the high fire threat designation, of course, with the Eastern County not being in our service territory. This is where we're focusing our mitigation efforts. This is a pretty dense slide, but it highlights essentially 6 of the main activities currently underway. The first being deploying new tools in the field. I'll talk in detail about our enhanced power line safety settings, including some statistics that are relevant to the county. PSPS, thankfully, hasn't been in play here, although it has elsewhere in the state this summer. Talk a little bit about system hardening, undergrounding, and vegetation. Nevada County has greatly improved situational awareness of field conditions through the deployment of 28 weather stations and 9 high-definition cameras. You can find the cameras, of course, I'm sure you're all very familiar, but for those listening, at alertcalifornia.org. And also our website, pge.com/weather, has detailed information about fire weather conditions as well as potential PSPS events. Excuse me, I got a little allergies going on today. We're making progress on our undergrounding initiative. Our recent general rate case provided for a lessened number. We were looking to get 2,000 miles funded. We're down to about 1,200. That's caused some shifts in the program, but we do make steady progress on putting overhead electrical equipment underground. While there hasn't been a whole lot up until 2023, we do have a pretty good work plan forecasted for 25 and 26. I would say one of the biggest benefits, besides the essential elimination of fire threat from overhead electrical equipment, is the lessened need for vegetation management on circuits that are undergrounded, and I know that's a very popular topic here in Nevada County. Additionally, where it makes sense, we're doing a lot of overhead hardening. Again, that involves deeper set poles with wider cross arms, covered conductor, things of that nature. And this isn't really as big a deal in Nevada County, but there are areas in the system where we have idle facilities, and we're looking to remove those as an added risk reduction. We're working on our 10-year undergrounding plan with the CPUC's Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. This is going to be sort of our North Star guidance document where we prioritize and implement undergrounding on our system. It involves a variety of things, including defining selection criteria, quantifying the risk reduction and the cost-benefit comparisons to other things like enhanced power line safety settings or hardening. And of course, we're working hard to contain costs around this. We even just recently determined that we didn't have to go as deep in our trenches, and that's saving us a substantial amount of money per mile. We've been able to do that safely and within design standards, so that's one example of where we're saving money there. The long-term plan is going to improve coordination with agencies such as yours, and of course, reduce costs. That's one of the primary goals. And our phase 1 filing will focus on risk reduction, and the phase 2 will focus on cost containment. This is a resource that's available to you as county supervisors as well as your staff. We have a portal that's updated regularly where you can see work progress on this program online. I'm happy to help facilitate that access. If you don't already have it, you can just contact me, or you can also send an email to undergrounding@pge.com, and that'll provide you with KMZ files that you can pull up in Google Earth, as well as static maps that you can share with your constituents if there's an interest. Just real quick, I know that this is a topic that I believe you may have covered earlier today, but we're closely coordinating with your team on the Rule 28 project. This is a customer-funded program that provides work credits for undergrounding electric utilities. I can say that Nevada County is an active Rule 28 participant, which is good news. And I believe your staff covered that in detail, so I won't belabor it here, but I can take questions at the end. I hear about trees every day in my role in this company, but as essential safety work, we're constantly looking for ways to improve and reduce impacts to customers, but we have over 100,000 miles of overhead power lines that we have to inspect and treat regularly, with over 1 million trees system-wide being touched every year. I have some statistics here specific to Nevada County. So this year, we will be inspecting 3,000 miles of overhead electrical equipment in Nevada County. It's kind of crazy to think, but there's actually more than 3,000 miles across the system here in Nevada County. 2,000 of that is our routine inspection. That's something we do every year in terms of our regulatory compliance. 900 of those miles involve reinspection, just validating that the work we had previously done was effective in mitigating the risk. And then we have another 100 miles where we're focused on inspecting lines that have frequent vegetation-caused outages. That's going to amount to us working about 26,000 trees in Nevada County this year. And so this is just an illustration of how we sort of work through that. Obviously, we have an inventory of trees that we manage year over year. We're doing additional inspections in areas, again, where there's multiple vegetation-caused outages, and looking to look for opportunities to change aspects of the system so that trees don't become an issue, such as undergrounding. This is what customers should expect. I do understand and hearing from many of you that this isn't always the case, and we're working every day to improve our process, but there should be advanced notification. Typically, those are folks driving around in trucks that say ACRT on the side. Those are our pre-inspectors. They complete the inspections, and then the tree crews are instructed to attempt to contact the landowner or homeowner. If not, they would leave a door hanger with a callback number. And as we've discussed previously, they are to chip anything that will fit in the chipper, with the large diameter material remaining in a safe location on site. There have been instances where we've been able to remove the wood, the large woody material, if it's in certain proximity to a habitable structure, a threat of rolling into a roadway or a water course or a driveway. There are sort of some specific parameters around that. One thing that we're really pushing in an effort to lessen the impact to customers with our tree work is to encourage folks to consider right tree in the right place. I know my neighbor planted a bunch of trees directly under his power lines adjacent to his property. We had to go in to remove those. He wasn't happy about that. So we're trying to let folks know that you can go to pge.com/right tree, right place, and there's a very detailed sort of landscaping guide similar to what you would get at the nursery to tell you what's appropriate to plant under or adjacent to power lines. I've really been trying to encourage the community to take advantage of the Reported app. We have a proprietary app now, a smartphone app that's also available on PC, and you can submit photos of safety concerns, a hanging tree, a failing pole, a loose guy wire, all of those types of things. It's a really cool tool. It's a big way to identify hazards aside from calling the 800 number. We also have a specific 800 number now dedicated to vegetation management. That number is 1-800-564-5080, and that will help you to sort of bypass the phone tree, if you will, and go straight to the folks that are responsible for our vegetation management program. Our enhanced power line safety settings have been discussed here in recent years. We have experienced a 72% reduction in reportable ignitions on circuits with these settings enabled. I have a statistic here for you. Year to date in Nevada County, there have been 41 total EPSS outages that averaged 2.3 hours and averaged around 1,100 customers per outage. I think back to 2018 when we first had our public safety power shutoffs. The entire county was out for 3 to 5 days. As we've seen in recent years, the prospects of PSPS has diminished. And while we still have these outages, we're not looking at multiple days, right? 3 hours tops usually in order for us to patrol and make any necessary repairs. So I do think as we go year over year, we're getting a lot better at this. This is similar to PSPS, just a restoration process. Well, this one is really interesting. So we've been using the same fire weather modeling that CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service uses. And this is just a kind of a dense illustration of a simulated fire that essentially, if EPSS had not been in place, we would have seen 487 acres burned and 31 buildings destroyed. So this is the TechnoSolva software that's used by our fire cooperators, and it is very data-driven, and it illustrates the importance of these settings and how beneficial they are to fire safety from our system. This particular mapped example, I believe, was modeled in Butte County. We're getting better at this. We have seen a decrease in the number of outages. We've seen a decrease in the length of the outages and a decrease in the number of customers impacted. This is a direct result of installation of new devices, refining our process, refining the settings, completing additional vegetation work in areas where vegetation contact is most frequent. As you can see, about 16% of these outages are caused by vegetation. Many are unidentified, but there's also third-party carpool accidents. We've had a lot of people in recent years dropping trees into our lines because they're not qualified to do the work. So it just kind of illustrates sort of the outage mix there. And it's important to note that 32% of customers have not experienced any outages. So this is an illustration of the EPSS-enabled circuits. It's effectively the entire county, with some small exceptions in the cities. You can find a lot more information at pge.com/EPSS. And while we certainly understand that outages are disruptive and inconvenient, we're working every day to make them shorter, less frequent. But the fact that we've realized a 72% reduction in ignitions is a really important data point. I'm not going to belabor this because I think many of us wish that it would just go away entirely, but it's still in our toolbox if needed. We've had to do this on the west side of the Sacramento Valley a few times during some high wind events, just a review of the conditions that might lead to that. The notification cadence, this is all now heavily regulated by the CPUC. We have a very rigid format and program around this, which is greatly improved from the early days. Illustrating some differences between EPSS and PSPS, the main one being that EPSS is unplanned, and so we're not able to issue notifications. This is one of my favorite things to talk about. So if you go to pge.com/progress map, customers, the general public, everyone can see the full range of actions we're taking to reduce wildfire risk from our system. Additionally, we have a lot of great programs available to folks. Portable batteries, generator rebates. We have a very expansive suite of resources for those with access and functional needs or medical concerns. These are some of the key websites that folks can access. We have a really good partnership with 211. We have our reported app, as I stated earlier, and safetyactioncenter.pge.com is sort of complementary to readyforwildfire.org. You can find a lot of information there about preparing for outages, whether that be in fire season or winter storms. So I have a few other items I'd like to cover based on feedback from the board. The first of those is a brief update on the Spalding 1 outage. We have restored flow in the Drum Canal. It's 450 CFS now flowing down into Rollins, with some of that spilling over into the South Yuba Canal through a diversion downstream. There's still more work to be done at a future time to do further repair on the second pressure release valve, but everything is tested out and is working as designed. So that's positive. We were able to beat our July 30th estimate by a few days, which was also good. The South Yuba pipe section that was damaged by the massive rock slide last winter, we have had a heavy lift helicopter transporting 50-foot, 15,000-pound sections of pipe into place. That work should be wrapping up today, and now they will need to install the collars and do the welding to tie it all together. And I'm not sure if you've seen the images, but it's very limited workspace on a sheer granite cliff. So that work is all progressing. We continue to coordinate and meet with NID frequently, multiple times weekly in some cases. I've also been personally attending the NID board meetings to provide those elected leaders with updates at their twice-monthly meetings. And I'm happy to report that despite the very tight working conditions, complex welding, large equipment, and all of that, we have completed all the work to date with 0 safety incidents. Just a quick update on our Line 194D project. That is the work location that was at Rough and Ready and Adams Avenue. Highly visible, highly impactful. I've spoken to it a little bit in a previous meeting here, but the update as I have it is the restoration plan is in development. We have used the bonded fiber matrix to stabilize the soil. That is a sterile mix that does not introduce any non-native seed to the site. Additionally, we have done seed harvesting in an attempt to propagate some of the rare plants that were removed at the onset of the project. We're currently working with your staff on design and installation of a fence, essentially, around the property to eliminate motor vehicles from accessing it primarily. You know, I was a kid once, and doing donuts in dirt fields was something kids do, so we're trying to avoid that from happening. But we are continuing to coordinate with the impacted stakeholders on that. The actual work for the inspection is going to be next summer, in 2025. We're coordinating closely with Yuba River Charter School to minimize or effectively eliminate any conflict with school operations. That will involve the installation of enclosed combustion devices in order to bring the inspection tool up from Wheatland into Grass Valley. And again, the intent of that is to essentially take an MRI of the pipe and validate its integrity so that it can continue operating safely for another 70 years. With that, I think I'm happy to answer any questions, and I just appreciate the venue and the time. Thank you.
Brandon, thank you so much for taking the time. There's a tremendous amount of content there, and I can tell you had a lot of things to talk about, and I'm sure there's more that we could dig into, but I just want to say thanks for taking the time to come here, address the board. You pick up the phone when I call you, and I know you do with many of my constituents as well, so I just want to thank you for that. We'll turn it over to, how about start with Supervisor Hook on questions or comments for Brandon or PG&E?
Well, thanks for the presentation, Brendan. And I do appreciate when I do reach out. I haven't had a whole lot of issues that haven't been.
Well, I know there was that one Madrone you sent me, and they're looking into what happened there.
I know, and I
do
appreciate that.
apologize for
But that's what I do appreciate about you. You get right on what is happening. I mean, you can only do what you're a subordinate to the people above you, right? So you do what you do, and
Well, as I'm
you
sure,
do it well.
I'm an advocate for PG&E, but I'm also an advocate for local government.
Yeah,
So-
no, you do a great job, and I just appreciate it. I mean, it's still challenging, you know, my district's been out of power, and when you average it, it sounds a lot better than when you have the real amount of days that you're out of power when it's so hot. So those are challenges. We've had extremely hot summer. Again, I don't want to have a fire either. So there's those things, and I'd like to say it shows, though, because I don't think many of the fires have been transmissions started this year, which is a plus for you. I would say congratulations to that. That's a plus for PG&E. But of course, prices are skyrocketing. That's been a real challenge here with the heat and the things that are happening here. I try to encourage people to go use some of your programs that are there for battery backup and generation and those things. So, but people are frustrated. We live in an area where we have a lot of the middle income folks, and I will say the bills are just killing them. And then when they don't have PG&E and it's so hot, or they're not turning on their PG&E because it's too expensive. And I've got a lot of older folks that are really struggling this year. It's been a real challenge. So those are things that we're going to continue to convey. I had a couple of questions about the vegetation and the chipping, and I think it didn't really ever get answered to my satisfaction. We have to follow these rules and regulations for vegetation management here. We can't take blackberries, we can't take oleander, we can't use any of those things that go into our chipping program because they're going to get sent. But I had this situation where they chipped a bunch of oleander and put it all into your truck. And I never really got a real good answer. I even talked to somebody above you about this, and I still haven't got an answer for that because we can't do that. And it is a challenge here when we're asking people to do that. You can't put Scotch broom in because they're taking some of that to make compost. So, and I'm just curious how you guys separate that from compost versus sending it to a cogen. So I'd love to know how you do that because we live in a world here with blackberries, Scotch broom, and a lot of folks do have oleander. So that'd be one thing. And I didn't talk to you one-on-one about that, and I apologize because I should have called you individually. But if you wouldn't mind checking on that with me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, they shouldn't be putting invasives in the.
Yeah, so I just want to, it's kind of the same thing, I think, when you're working with contractors, because I would just say that's something that I noticed with PG&E. It feels like sometimes you got to be out here doing follow-up with your people that you got working for you. I think if you're out there watching some of the stuff that's going on that we see on an everyday basis, it's a little challenging. There's a lot of great guys out there, don't be wrong, there's some good work being done, but when you're not overseeing what's happening out in the field, for example, when I just called you about before, right? Those are challenges to me. I think there needs to be some more follow-up. I've had good luck on my own property. They call me before they come, and I think people don't always realize that you can put that into process too. Yes. And I think people need to be aware that you can request that before they come on your property, and I will say they've done a really good job with that, so I get to experience the good side of it too. So those are just some of the things. I think some of the transparency stuff's been tough. I was happy to see water coming down our canals, so thanks for bringing that up. That was a hard time getting to where we are, and there's water coming down there, so hopefully, I mean, Rollins came up about 2%, which is a blessing if you saw how dry it is right now. So there's going to be a lot of recovery that has to happen over that ordeal. So we'll look forward to see how the next phase goes with getting fixed. I think that's probably all I have for today. But I do want to say I appreciate you are always so prompt and good at responding, and I really haven't had a whole lot. I've been able to handle things myself, and so, but I do appreciate you're always right there, because that is such a benefit to me, or I say, call Brandon.
Yeah, I will definitely bring up with our vegetation management leads the question about what can and can't go in the chip truck.
Yeah, I just think that's important, you know, because even really, and I just want to throw that out there, we don't want that stuff chipped on the ground either. That's
Well,
the other,
I
it's the
used
other
to-
scary part of it, right? Because it's poisonous.
Yeah, I used to buy compost from the Murph in Lincoln when they used to sell it, and next thing you know, I've got morning glory. Not that that's really that bad, but it's all over my garden. I spent years trying to get rid of it.
It
So
is, it's
I
a
understand-
challenge.
I understand
And
what you're talking
even in composting oleander, which is a hard thing to get rid of, I get that. But if it went to a compost place, there's ramifications for that. So just want to be
Yeah.
clear how they're getting that done, because we do a lot of it, right?
Yeah, I have a direct line to folks, and they usually anticipate my call after these meetings, so.
Oh, good.
I'll
Okay.
carry that back for sure.
Okay.
And also just the comment about, stronger oversight of our contract workforce is good feedback, and I'll convey that.
Yeah, I
as well.
think that it would be beneficial to them to see what money they're spending if they had some oversight.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schofield?
Yeah, Brandon, it's great having you that we can contact you. And so I had one issue where I contacted you involving my own personal residence where we had 3 trees removed. The guys were great, but I wasn't pleased with what they left. I mean, it was very difficult. And I consequently called you when they would no longer respond. But it was taken care of by the time whoever you contacted got back to me.
I was hoping to ask you about that after.
We had resolved it.
I'm
We had
glad that-
kind of a
glad that got
neighborhood
taken
thing.
care of.
We resolved it, so.
Excellent.
But I appreciate the fact someone did get back to me. And as far as outages go, I think we've been pretty fortunate. It did seem like during the peak of the hottest times, about 3 weeks ago probably, it did feel like a PSPS type outage in that it was like 3 days in a row where it happened right at the same time but I think only one time it seemed long enough that I did fire up the generator, which was good to do, get that running. So I don't really have any complaints, Brandon. Appreciate you being there.
Well, thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Hall?
Thanks for coming, thanks for the presentation, and thanks for being willing to show up. Reminded of the saying, the beatings will continue until morale improves. Have you heard that one?
I love that.
And, I'll say, I haven't had many complaints, and the PSPS and EPSS situation seems to be much better from what I've experienced and from what I'm hearing and not hearing from my constituents. So that's definitely a positive. On the vegetation removal issue, when PG&E is doing work, I feel I've given up. I just feel like I've given up. We've given this message to you every single time you've come, and nothing has changed in the field. So very recently, they're doing some work right around my house, and they came out in advance and told us about it, which was great. Explained what they were going to do, which was great. Showed us where it was going to be. But I had to ask about 5 or 6 questions before the guy went into his truck and said, I think I have one more last card about who you can call about the wood removal, because we don't do the wood removal anymore. But you can call these guys, that's their job now. And he didn't have the card, he wasn't prepared to hand that out, he didn't volunteer the information. And I know that, I know the message I'm gonna get is we're gonna leave him laying on the ground in whatever lengths we decide to lay him there. And, it's great that when we individually call you and maybe you work through the system, one or two of us get relief, but it's not our jobs to just get our wood off of our land. It's all of our constituents who also frankly given up on trying to contact you, trying to contact me. I do hear about it occasionally and they're like, yeah, I just gave up. After 6 phone calls, I gave up. So, I just have to tell you that again, that the same issues we raised whenever this first came up 2 years ago continue to be a problem. So I don't feel like we're being heard on that.
If you have a copy of that card you referenced, I don't know that I've seen that. You can send me a picture of it?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm pretty sure it's large. It's like a little flyer.
Okay. Yeah, it's the wood management piece continues to be a pain point for me. I've advocated for it. It goes without saying, it's very costly. The company's position is that it remains the property of the landowner. I will say that for the number of parcels we treat, the percentage of complaints we get back on wood management is not large, but we understand that there are customers that are challenged to deal with it. And I'll continue beating the drum, but that's really just sort of the position at this point, that the large diameter material remains the property of the landowner.
You have to speak up a little bit. I'm missing you.
I'm sorry, I was just stating that I've been beating the drum for a long time, and there are situations where we can remove it if it's within certain distance to a habitable structure or at risk of rolling into a road or a driveway or a water course, a drainage ditch. But it's really where the company's position is that it remains the property of the landowner outside of specific conditions like that.
Yeah, but to, I think, Supervisor Hook's point, we have requirements here that you aren't, necessarily following. And so we end up with more wood on our land that we've been trying to keep off our land. So, but, you've heard it all. It's nothing new.
Right.
Just share that I'm not seeing improvements in the field on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I thought it was fortuitous that I watched Aaron Brockovich last night as I was scrolling through the channels. It was on. Gave me a little inspiration for our discussion here today with PG&E. I love that movie. Sorry, I digress. So a couple questions, and I've actually had this come up previous to this meeting. Just in the last couple of weeks, I've gotten some emails from constituents who are having issues with the fallen trees on their property. So my question is, who decides what trees are going to come down on private property? Is that you? Is that PG&E, or is that your contractor?
We have inspection standards. Many years ago, maybe not many years ago, a few years ago, we demonstrated our tree assessment tool out here with, I'm not sure where any of you, they all have iPads. And there's a whole checklist, checking for lean, checking for overhang, checking for any sort of disease or defect in the tree, both at the base of the tree and all the way up the tree. They use measurement tools to determine what is a threat to the overhead based on the potential of a tree falling. So there is a standardized inspection program called our tree assessment tool that the inspectors use. And so we developed that tool based on industry standards, but also incorporating our sort of additive focus on wildfire risk reduction. I'd be happy to facilitate a site visit to a work location, and we can get that demonstrated again if that's helpful.
So PG&E set up the criteria, but who actually makes the determination when people come out to someone's property? Is that your contractor?
The inspectors, so not the tree crews, but the pre-inspectors.
And the inspectors work for PG&E, or they work for the contractor?
They're contracted.
They're contracted.
But they only do the inspections. They don't actually work the trees.
Because one of the complaints I've gotten from a couple people is that they've cut down trees that really aren't impacting PG&E lines, like oak trees that are much like underneath or far away from the lines. They don't meet that criteria. So I think probably it's best if maybe I work individually with those particular properties and have, with you and say, can we get any resolve for these property owners? And then on the mapping that you showed, so, obviously we're looking at a small little map. If you pull that up on the website, is it bigger where people can actually see the streets or the neighborhoods where,
Sorry for the.
yeah, it was more towards the end of your present, yeah.
Wasn't it?
There it is.
So, so you can get a KMZ file and zoom in and out on Google Earth.
Okay.
If I had my computer hooked up, I could demonstrate it. But I believe everyone should have gotten an invitation to join the portal. If you haven't, let me know and I can help facilitate that. But it's really just a matter of going in and choosing by county, and then you should be able to get a KMZ. This is specific to the wildfire work. So I don't know that this is going to incorporate veg data points, but it would have like the undergrounding and the overhead system hardening.
Okay.
Which the overhead system hardening often is accompanied by vegetation management work and the undergrounding.
Is there a way other than on Google Maps that someone can type their address in to see if PG&E is doing clearing on their property?
I don't think for vegetation, but we do have our progress map. I'm sorry, I'm trying to, this one. So this illustrates, I think, everything except veg, unfortunately. Because vegetation management is kind of like a wave or a tide. We work through the entire county throughout the course of the year, and depending on where the priority work is identified, where the greatest volume of work is identified, or if there's limitations as far as working in and around a school or working in a area that's considered a higher threat for wildfire versus another, we might choose to work the less dangerous location in the fire season and come back to work the more dangerous location outside of fire season. So it really is a fluid program. There's not really we don't start in Smartsville and just work our way up to Washington until we're done. It's really, there's a lot of consideration that goes into it as far as safety, as far as workability, customer impact is really a consideration despite how it might feel. But I don't know that there's any, I don't even really know how I could determine where the crews are going to be on Monday.
Yeah. So one of the issues that I see when you're going through all those different websites, and PG&E has all that information online, and so a couple of things. When there's no power, you can't go online to look at anything. And a lot of my constituency is older. They're not very computer savvy. So when I get a call from them and I say, oh, just go to their website, they just throw up their hands and they don't know what to do. Is there someone that they can actually talk to at PG&E, or is everything 100% online now?
We have outreach specialists assigned to some of the key programs, like the undergrounding program. There would always be a customer outreach specialist associated with that. For the gas project in your district, we have a customer specialist who's been talking with all of those people. So there's typically a person assigned if it's a large project, but if it's for programs, it typically is all run through the contact center.
Okay.
All that to say, if there's an interest, I've been doing MAC meetings in Placer. If you all want me out at a MAC, some people might think I'm crazy for offering that, but I'm happy to do that. So I'm not afraid to get in front of people and talk about this stuff. I think what we're doing is important, and we're an essential service to the community. So I'm not going to hide behind a phone or a computer. I'm happy to talk with anyone. I prefer that you not give out my cell phone because that could get a little unwieldy. But please just plug me in where you think I'm needed.
Okay.
So like the 211 that has, you can go to 211 for
Right.
your utilities, does that route to somebody that can answer those questions?
That is more for our customer assistance programs. So
like if you need a
like
generator or
yeah.
you need something for your medical equipment, that's a 211?
Yeah, they wouldn't have
Read.
programmatic information or operational information there.
They do complaints, though, I do know they take complaints there.
One of the things that could be helpful maybe with providing 211 the information, because some of the, a few of the calls I've gotten when PG&E has felled the trees on people's properties and they just leave them there, they cut them up. If it's the property owner's responsibility to get rid of the trees, PG&E should not be cutting them up into rounds on people's properties, because that is a huge issue for people not being able to do anything with that wood then. So,
I've had that experience myself, and what I encourage everyone I talk to do is go talk to the foreman. I had some very large trees cut down on my property, and I said, hey, how are you guys going to leave them? He's like, we're just going to deck those logs right over there. And I was like, well, can you at least buck them up? I don't have a chainsaw that big. They were big trees.
Yeah,
So talking to the foreman can sometimes help.
if they can get to them,
Right.
that's kind of been a communication gap a little
I
bit.
encourage everyone, if you see an operator on your property, go up and talk to them. More often than not, you'll be surprised. They'll be very pleasant and accommodating. If you're able, I'd encourage it.
So the card that Heidi was referencing, as far as like, here, call these people to take those away, it'd be great if you could give that information to 211 if you're dealing with contractors who do that, because that's the one question I get is, we don't know what to do. We don't know who to call. They've not, they're not engaged in that part of the county. So if there's some sort of resource that we could help provide people with, and then also say, I mean, I have no idea, how much does it even cost to have somebody haul a couple of big trees off your property? Is it $1,000 or $5,000 or?
I think it's highly variable. If it's gray pine, probably be costly, but if you've got a firewood operator and you got some oak on the ground, to probably pick it up for free. Just differs.
Okay.
But I've not seen this card, and I'd love to see it. I can ask our guys back at the yard about it too.
Yeah.
I'd be curious because I think I should have that. So.
Yeah, it would be helpful because that, and then the other issue is they have been taking down just brush and stuff and leaving it there. And I have a video that someone sent me of them doing that. And as far as I'm concerned, that just exacerbates the problem because, you might have taken the trees down, but if you leave all the slash and stuff on the ground, that's is going to be just as bad for fire.
I would like to know if there are situations where debris is being left and not chipped, because that is not acceptable.
Well, I typically turn those calls over to Public Works, and they've been really good about getting people out there to take care of it. And I didn't realize until this last conversation I had with our Public Works director, our Public Works department does have some authority over the mountain enterprise, the people who were doing your work.
Yeah, your staff issue the encroachment permits and all that kind of stuff.
So we just need to be really vigilant about calling every time we get a complaint and making sure that they're taking care of it. So, I mean, I also appreciate you being here. We've had issues because that Hell's Half Acre project is in my district. And the communications with, not necessarily with you, because you're very responsive, but just with PG and in general, are not positive for people in our community. You try and call them and you get put on hold or you get disconnected. Sometimes they'll issue, your power will go out, they'll say it's going to come back on by a certain time and it never happens, and there's nobody to call to find out what's going on. So communication is a real key factor in how we're working in the county. So just keep plugging away and
Thank you.
keep calling you all the time.
Yeah, and we have been hosting webinars, so those might be helpful. You can pge.com/webinars. We do them quarterly.
Do you have another? Go ahead, Ed.
Just real quick, I'm thinking in my situation where what was left, they chipped up the smaller stuff. It's, pretty good size, but boy, they left the big stuff. And part of me said, when they started cutting that down, especially with the oak trees, you can take down a big branch and you've taken care of your problem. And I even went out and talked to the guy. He says, look, do you need to take down the entire tree? And it's like, oh, you're going to find out there's ants in there and it's going to be all hollow in the inside. Well, it wasn't. And when you take out 3 big trees like that, it's a huge impact on.
Right.
It's much more hot out there now. It's very, very hot in that area. So my thought is, it just means have a little bit of discretion, I think, in some cases where if you can take a branch, don't take the whole tree, but it's just as easy for them to say, okay, we take the whole thing. I don't know, that's one suggestion. One thing I did like, though, is I did notice that my PG&E bill was considerably higher, of course, with the air conditioner running. They did send out a video, an explanation as to here's why your bill was $157 higher than it usually is. I thought that was pretty helpful, so kudos for that.
Yeah, we're working really hard on affordability right now. We certainly understand. I mean, we all pay the bill too, and we're making a lot of investments in the system. You know, people look at, you know, our earnings calls and see all this profit and they think it's just going into our pockets. It's not. The lion's share of it is being reinvested into the system for things like undergrounding, system hardening, investments in our power generation assets. And so there's a lot more to it. You know, it's not just, you know, us living high on the hog. That money gets reinvested. Our regulators are very, very much in control of the level of compensation, all of that. So there's a lot of nuance to it. There's you know, even just the cost of the electricity and gas. That's a pass-through cost. We don't make money selling you electricity or selling you gas. We make our money as a company delivering it. There's also about 30 cents of every dollar on the bill that involves public purpose programs, taxes, franchise fees. There's a lot of pass-through costs. So there's a lot of information about that on our website. I won't belabor it now. And I'm not trying to make any excuses. I certainly understand it's expensive. But there's a lot of things driving that beyond just us as a for-profit entity.
Just one more question. So, you know, the Rule 20 undergrounding program is going to go away at some point. Is there some estimated time when they think they'll be able to wrap that up?
I believe
Is that, I mean, are they including any of that in their undergrounding in their 10,000 or whatever?
That is separate from our 10,000 mile goal.
Okay, so that is something else they'll.
And that's a CPUC mandated program, but the PUC has decided to sunset it, I believe, in 2033 or 2035. And jurisdictions that aren't active in the program could potentially have their credits reallocated. The good news is for Nevada County is you're considered an active county, and so you're not at risk.
We were just talking about that today, so, but so.
Those people know way more about it than I do. I'm not an expert on that program by any means.
I'm just curious. Because I don't think we're getting credits anymore. I think we're done. The credits you have is what you have.
I think it's kind of static now.
Yeah.
Any other? I don't have too many questions for you. I just, the outages up on Donner Summit were addressed. And the one question, you know, thank you for addressing those. The question I had was, do you use text notifications? Does PG&E use text notifications
Absolutely.
for outages?
Yeah. You can get text, phone, email, or all three. It's real simple. You just go on your online account. I know I keep talking about the website, but that's how you sign up.
Yeah. I guess my question is if there's deficiencies in some of the comments related to notification on outages, it could just be a mismatch in the address or a phone number or something. I mean, I guess that's up to the customer to reach into the system and figure out that the contact information is right and get connected in the right way.
Yeah, so someone, you know, might have a cabin in Serene Lakes, but they live in Berkeley. If their address is affiliated with Berkeley, I mean, they should be able to set it up to where you get the notifications, but it's always good to just double check on your online account to make sure it's all
I just wanted to pass that along because that's what was happening with one of my customers on Donner Summit.
And actually, if you call in and you give them your address, because you can call it
743-5000.
Yeah. They'll ask you if you want text, and you can sign and make sure you get them in there online if you don't have your computer.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes even when the power's out, you'll still get a text, but so you can do it from your phone.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. And I just want to tell a story. It's interesting. It's the polar opposite of what I've heard today. I mean, I had two properties in Grass Valley that had trees removed, and the foreman called me and said, hey, we're going to come out to your place tomorrow, and we're going to cut these trees down at one of them. And I said, great. And then he called me back the next day and talked about what they were going to do, just making sure that, you know, whoever's there is okay, and we're going to block the driveway and the road. And I mean, it was a very customer service oriented process for me personally. Took all the brush away. The boles of the tree are still there, but that's okay. I mean, it's just fire. Somebody will get it, I guess, and we'll take care of it. But it was just, it was a really seamless process for me. And I guess if people are connected in the right way to get that phone call from the foreman, then maybe that'll be helpful and those people can have those direct dialogues. I guess my question is why did I get a personal phone call, but the foreman who went to the other properties just came and went without contacting him? Is there any rhyme or reason to that?
I think it might be similar to what Supervisor Hook was describing, where you can sign up for.
So somebody's connected. I'm connected, but somebody else may not be.
Yeah, so what we call that is an enterprise alert, and it originated in our company for violent customers, quite frankly, that pull guns on our people. But now we have it to where you can call in and ask to be notified. And we have it in we use GIS a lot, obviously. And when they click on the parcel on their iPad, it'll
see who
it'll
owns
say
it.
enterprise alert, contact customer before entering property.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great customer experience for me. I mean, it was a huge tree right on a big main road, and it seemed to work okay. So I'm hoping that other people can. And I'm willing to help. Like if you send me the information that I can kind of get out there for my constituents and ask them, please sign up. Please make sure your second home, because I have a lot of second homes in my district. You know, please sign up here and make sure your service address matches the contact method. I'm happy to help because we're all in this together. So
Thanks.
please send that information to me if I can help.
Yeah, I'll
get
work all
people
that up
signed
and I'll get it to Jeffrey and he
Okay.
can cascade it down to you all.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well, with that, I'm going to open up public comment on this item. Anybody in here in the board chambers want to make a comment on this? Seeing none, we'll go to the callers online.
We do have a caller online.
Okay, let's take the caller. Thank you.
Hi there, Board of Supervisors and PG&E. Anonymous person calling here. And I would just like to point out on East Bennett Street, your subcontractors cut out historic trees in Empire Mine State Park that were in no way, shape, or form affecting the lines. The park didn't know anything about it. These trees were over 150 years old. And it's just because they're easy access. The brush is all left along East Empire. There's no chipping. It really made a mess, and it increased the fire danger. Very sad situation with those historic trees on East Bennett. The Whispering Pines lot where the subcontractors work out of has been creating just a lot of dust. And as I film it and turn it into air quality control, I'm physically threatened by the workers wearing PG&E shirts because they don't know that public photography is legal. So I wish you would relay that to your folks, including your folks that don't speak English, and I'm filming them in public on a public street. They call the cops on me, and the cops show up, and all of a sudden they know how to speak English. So it's very interesting, the dichotomy with who they will speak English to and who they won't speak English to. Like I said, a lot of brush left. It took me 2 years to get one pole replaced, and just a couple weeks ago, they came and finally removed the old pole that was next to it. That was 2018. That pole was replaced in 2018, and it took the Paradise Fire to happen to get the pole replaced. Very sad. It's disappointing, and like some of the board members have said, people have given up. They've just given up. When you say you leave material on the ground that's large, it's blocking wildlife. It really disrupts the wildlife flow and where the animals move and cannot move, creates traffic hazards, creates a lot of hazards that in the future will be dealt with. If there's a fire and fire department have to go into these areas, there's a huge amount of material they have to step over or climb over or go around. I'm not even sure if the bulldozers can drive over this stuff. It's so big. Yeah, the Troner fire, I realize we sued you guys. You didn't like it. Nevada County won. Lisa brought up Aaron Brockovich. I understand we're last in line because we sued you and we're like the redheaded stepchild now. You don't like us. You don't want us. But you were born here. So you might not like your parents, but they're still your parents. And it would just seem that Nevada County would be a showplace for PG&E versus the last in line.
Yeah, you ran out of time there, Matthew. Thank you for your comments today. With that, I'm going to, unless we have another caller in line.
There are no other callers.
Okay, we're going to close public comment, and I would just ask that if we make a motion supporting this presentation, that we just briefly summarize maybe what we're asking of Brandon, because this is spent a lot of time talking about it. So if anybody wants to summarize, I mean, what I heard was communication with our constituents, a clear understanding of the process related to tree removal and brush and how to deal with the large woody debris that's left behind. Did you have anything else you want to add in there? I just want to.
Trying to get information into the hands of our constituents about how they can have the wood removed from their property after PG&E cuts the trees down.
Yeah, and that could be resources that don't include PG&E I mean, it could be, here's some people that do this kind of thing, if you can.
Well, I think I would look to our staff also to maybe be able to provide some information on that, since OES works with all the people who do tree removal and the private people who do tree removal in the community, so.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
Thank you.
Brennan, thanks for your time. With that, we're moving on to announcements. Board member and senior staff from Allison and Jeffrey. We can start with, anybody like to kick us off on the announcements?
I will. Go ahead. Mine's really quick because I've pretty much been gone almost the whole time we were on break the last month, but just a few meetings that I attended last week when I returned. I did my CDA update, which was great. It was so good to sit in the room with all of the department heads, and it was a really packed hour of great information back and forth between what I've been doing in my district. That's where I actually found out that PG&E is going to be doing quite a bit of tree removal work in my district coming up, so it was really helpful to get a better understanding from them, so I really appreciate that. Last Thursday, we had an ad hoc fire committee meeting, and the fire departments actually are in the process of engaging a different contractor to help them do their financial analysis, because that's really kind of what's holding everybody up right now from moving forward with a more solidified plan. And the goal is to get that done a lot quicker than what the last contractor that they were working with told them. So hopefully by the end of this year, they should have a good solid plan, and we'll know how we're going to move forward with that. And there's an update, I believe, at the LAFCO meeting, which got moved a week ahead because they changed it for Sue and I because it was the RCRC conference. And then I am super excited because our fair starts tomorrow, and I love the fair. And hopefully I'll see everybody out there for a few days.
Yeah, exciting. Thanks, Supervisor Hall.
Okay, I've got a bit here. I'll try to crank through it. Let's see, I attended the new hire orientation, which is very interesting. It's the first time I managed to do that, so I look forward to doing those again. We had another budget subcommittee meeting that went well. I think the BYLT Trails event was previous. I went over to Sierra Commons and had Robert Trent give me an update, spend some time there, update on what's going on over there and what they're needing to continue to be successful. Had behavioral health ad hoc. I too had a CDA meeting, which was really great. I definitely requested that those continue. A fun thing was the Dark Skies, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark art opening. We had a little reception here for the winners of the photo contest for Dark Skies. They're right out here. They're also online. They're phenomenal photos. Every one of them are fascinating. The aurora that we saw and the night sky where you can see deep into Milky Way. And anyway, I encourage everyone to go, and it was a very nice event. Eliza did quite a thing with awards and little baskets and everything. It was a really nice way to thank all the photographers who participated. I went out and looked at for the Verizon Tower. I did a site visit. We had an insurance working group meeting, CSAC insurance working group meeting, and was able to have Amy Bach from United Policyholders on there, and she's one of the best people out there right now who has the bigger picture, but with the consumer's point of view in mind. And on that note, I'm going to have a District 1 workshop next Tuesday, and Amy was willing to call in, and so she's going to be giving a 20-minute presentation over online at my next District 1 workshop, which will be fantastic. So everyone's welcome. It'll be at the Nevada City chamber, so there isn't a ton of room, but that should be very interesting. And then continuing on CSAC, CSAC generally takes a no position on propositions that are coming forward unless they have an in-depth conversation. So several of the committees had conversations and votes on the upcoming propositions. And I think in most cases, the group recommended that they take a position, a yes or a no. That will then go back to the executive committee and then ultimately to the board for a final vote to determine whether CSAC is going to advocate on any of those. The one that was in our committee, my committee, the Ag, Environment, Natural Resources, was the climate bond. And we ended up with a yes, take a support position because that bond is full of funds for wildfire and flooding and all the emergency response work, especially that we need. And then finally, I did spend 5-6 days in Tampa. Jeffrey Thorsby was there as well. Very effective meeting. Once again, I think we presented 2 resolutions again from last year. One to encourage better staffing and resources towards our federal partners who we're working with on South Yuba cohort and veg management. The other to encourage NACO to get involved in fire insurance. Both of those passed unanimously. I did participate in a panel on landscapes and recreation, which was great. Had 2 other good panelists, one from Utah, one from Hawaii. And so, continuing to get the word out about what we're doing on that. We did get an award, the award I mentioned this morning, a NACO award for our cohort and master plan of recreation. That was, 18 out of thousands. So that was a really big one. And we put some PR out there on that. And then we also received another award, digital award, which we receive almost every year. I think we were 4th place in that one. And finally, I asked to be, so I'm leaving the Public Lands Committee, where I think I've done everything I can to establish an outdoor recreation committee and leave it in the good hands of someone else, and asked that I be put, and I got the appointment I asked for, which is a subcommittee on Homeland Security on our Justice Committee. And that committee is the one that's full of emergency managers. So it's on the emergency management work, and it's where fire insurance issues would land as well. So I'm hoping to do more nationally on that issue. And that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed?
Well, yesterday I had my final ad hoc committee meeting with Nortec up in Anderson. And one of the things that kind of came out of that was that there was the feeling that a lot of folks, even on Nortec's board, that really didn't know what Nortec was. So.
Still.
Yeah. So for that reason, it's like Nortec gets the federal monies that come down and assist us with unemployment, jobs for people, especially folks that have lost their jobs during business shutdowns, that type of thing. Disasters, that's a main focus on it. There's 11 counties, and there are 3 service providers that service all of the 11 counties. Our service provider is the Alliance for the Workplace. And we get a presentation from them about once a year. So we're pretty familiar with them, but Nortec themselves not necessarily. There is a 40-member board. There's a governing board with a supervisor representing each county. So it's 11 members. And then there is a workforce development board, which is made up of the community of these 11 counties. And so they can be interesting meetings. There's 2 votes on everything, the governing board and the workforce development board. We have 4 votes, my vote. We have Gil Matthews representing the business community. We have Michael Dent. We have 5 votes. Michael Dent, here with the county, representing social services. And then we have an education person on there, Noah Levinson, from Nevada Union now, and we understand that perhaps he's taken another position elsewhere and we may lose him. The positions we're mostly concerned with right now, though, are Mike and myself. Of course, Heidi, I think that'll be up to you as to how that position is filled. My recommendation is whoever you put on the ERC board, that person, because they're connected a lot. And Mike Cross, who is the CEO of Nortec, will be in contact with Allison as far as talking about, hopefully we can get Mike's position filled from within here. So anyways, it's a good organization. We've got 2 more meetings coming up, but this was the wrap-up on this meeting that was meant to reorganize it totally. And in fact, in the process, felt that it really wasn't best to be reorganized. It was best to leave the service providers doing what they do. But we have them working much closely together now. And their next move is there's a request for proposals. Every 5 years they have to go through that. So rather than competing with each other, we're hoping that they're going to be working much closer together so that the entire 11 counties get good coverage. So be aware of that, whoever takes that on. There also was a community meeting last night at Alta Sierra, and I wanted to bring this up because I get a phone call from somebody called Jake, and it wasn't our Jake. Turns out he's a teacher at Alta Sierra, and they've been talking as a community, and they want to do things like put in bike lanes and walking paths, and they want to create a new park in Alta Sierra. That sounds great. And they asked if I'd be willing to come, and I said absolutely. I contacted Shavati for recreation, and then somehow Tricia must have heard about it because Tricia was there, George was there, so this little community meeting was well represented by the county. Plus there was a Caltrans representative there, so it was pretty amazing. I'm not sure what we accomplished, but the group is going to be meeting again, and it's kind of fun, good people. We had an air quality meeting. That was, we've kind of got some legal issues that we're dealing with. I thought if you might have been there, we may not have been so nice on our response, but we can talk. ERC meeting where we had Transportation Commission, Michael Woodman. Michael Woodman was the speaker there. There's a ton of stuff that's happening on Highway 49 from South County all the way to our front door out here, city of Grass Valley, and it's all happening in 2026. So, gee, I'm sad. Yeah, right. Some good things that are happening, though. A community breakfast that we have down in the South County every second Sunday now. That's been very successful, and that was fun. A great MAC meeting, and at the last MAC meeting we had Erica is now my analyst, and she sat in on that as Jeff was on vacation. But we had 2 presentations, one on a Higgins gas station that's being proposed down there, and also the Wolf Road Craft School, which includes camping, overnight camping. So that was denied through a split vote on the Planning Commission. That will be coming to us at some point. I believe the people who are hoping to do the project have appealed that. That's very controversial. I met with both the person with the project out on the grounds, out on the location, and I've met with neighbors on that one. And then, of course, there's the cell towers that's coming to us real soon, too. And I've met again with the appellants and saw their point of view. And then I met with the construction company and Verizon also with that meeting. So I think that's about all. It's been pretty busy, though.
Yeah, busy.
Thank you, Hardy.
Supervisor Hook?
Yeah, let's see. So, let's see. Well, I went to the swearing in, which was great. It's so nice. We have some new officers and some folks over across at the jail working. So it was really fun to watch them all get sworn in. I did that. And then was with Allison, we did a little KNCO community segment. It was really well done. The first half was first responder folks, and then the second half was Erica and I were there, and Allison, we just talked a little bit about what the cohort does. And again, it was about river safety and the things that we're doing, and that was great. Had a South Yuba River cohort meeting. We had a good turnout for that. Again, just kind of talking about where we are, where we're going, what kind of information we want to put out there. Went over a little bit of maybe what it's going to be to put that into a charter. So there was some good conversation and, just concerns about where we are with the visitation and to keep moving forward with our outreach for information and education. NCTC, we had a meeting in Truckee. It was great. Truckee hosted us, and we had a tour, which I thought was fun, a little different from just the regular conversations about NCTC, but we saw the new park area that they have done and some of the work down in the rail area. It just was really it was a fun tour. It was great. So, and I want to thank them again for hosting. It was a good meeting. It was a beautiful drive up there. Again, talking about we had work on Highway 20, had work on Highway 80, and what's going on with Caltrans in that neck of the woods.
Yeah, it was a good meeting.
Let's see. I went to South County breakfast. That was fun. I like that because my district kind of runs into South County at the other end, and so I try to attend those as well. And Allison was there. Thank you, Allison. We had our Penn Valley MAC and had an update on the new cannabis ordinance. And for any of the folks that weren't there that are still interested, that's going to be coming up again. There'll be a little meeting in North San Juan, as well as I believe the South County MAC is going to hear that coming up. Had a really good meeting. Thank you to Heidi and Jeffrey with Kevin Oliver from the BLM Division, Chief of Recreation and Visitor Service. And it was a really great, I guess, really just the conversation that went on, telling us we had to talk about the things that we are struggling with here and just having someone listen and see where we can go with some of our suggestions and what we can do to help with them, especially when we look what visitation is here and fire and some of the things that we struggle with. So even though there's just not a lot of folks that help with the enforcement side and how we need to support that. So that was a great meeting. Thank you for putting that together. And that was the connections you guys made back at NACO. Those are such important conversations that can happen that probably would never happen. So, and he was just absolutely fantastic to sit and visit with us. We had an hour. And of course, we all got to go visit with Martin on his retirement party. That was a lot of fun. We just really had a nice time. We're gonna miss Martin. He was a character, but Aaron's gonna do a fabulous job in his stead. And let's see, I think, and had an RCRC meeting. How can I not forget that? That was great. Of course, we went over the bills and some of the propositions and same thing, whether I see some of us, I think they end up voting not to take a stance on some of them. So that was well. Had a little update on where we are with broadband and how that's moving forward with the funding, and where we are in the middle of an EIR for our pellet plant that we're looking at doing up in Lassen County. So that was a good meeting, and I appreciate Carissa is my analyst that attends that, so she takes great notes, so I appreciate that, so we can do follow-up letters and things that we need to be involved with. And I think that's it.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one real quick thing? So I had coffee with Martin last week. He's very relaxed, and he's enjoying retirement tremendously. So he said to say hi to everybody.
Oh, that was good. I know. Oh, and I also had a fire ad hoc committee, and we were both on that. So seeing where we move. So there we go. Thanks.
A lot of stuff
Chair.
going on. Yeah, I'm going to be really brief. I went to Martin's reception. It was so awesome to watch him sing 2 full songs of karaoke. It was so cool. I did go to the NCTC meeting in Truckee, and it was great to sit in with you. I really liked that group. They presented the transportation plan with LSC. Was it subconsultant maybe? And it was interesting because I had a lot of comments about it, and I'm not sure it's done. I'm not sure it's all there, but more just from my regional perspective coming from East County and some things that we may learn from in West County. And we, more to connect on there between Truckee and Nevada County, kind of doing shared transportation and connection issues. Been working a lot with Jeff just on our internal pieces related to the board and efficiencies there. I have been dealing with a lot of constituent issues. One of the issues is DUI classes in Truckee. So one of our service providers is in transition for our DUI class provision, which is a required service provision on behalf of the county. So hearing from our courts and other people related to that, working with Phoebe and her staff on that, so that's been good. Did a field trip, went to the Art and Public Spaces, and I forget, disabled persons?
Neighborhood Center for the Arts,
Neighborhood Center of the Arts, thank you.
celebrating disabilities.
Yeah, celebrating disability, thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, it was very fun. I am getting a lot of calls on, just for your info, I'm getting a lot of calls on fruit stands again. So fruit stands, mobile fruit stands on the side of the road. They're calling the town, and then the town's calling me wondering why people can have a fruit stand when they can't, you can't have a mobile restaurant kind of thing. Lots of discussions about the library. We had our first JPA meeting, so the JPA is constructed, and it had its first official individual JPA meeting. Hirschdale is back on the activity list, and I'm looking over at Erica, but I'm going to have to co-opt Shivati into helping me update the Hirschdale recreation page and get some info out, because that group is becoming active again. And so thanks for all the work you've done in the past there. And then Klondike Flat, I think everybody's received hundreds of emails on Klondike Flat. I did a little field trip out there yesterday to look at the operation and the property and a lot of the details related to that. That goes to the Planning Commission this week. So the Planning Commission is going to make a decision on that, so we should hear more about their feelings on that project. I as well had a CDA meeting, had an ad hoc housing meeting, ad hoc behavioral health meeting. I went to the new hire meeting, which was great. I met with the sheriff, and I did the dark skies judging of the photography. So yeah, it was really fun. I couldn't go to the reception, but I got to look at the pictures. So with that, it's an honor to serve, and looking forward to doing more next month. And we'll turn it over to you, Allison.
Thank you, Chair Bullock. Yes, we want the public to come to the Government Center and enjoy the art display by Neighborhood Center for the Arts. They did a wonderful reception. Chair Bullock and I, we also attended Mayors and Managers meeting. This is an opportunity we get to talk to our peers in the city and the town. There's a strong focus this month on a housing conversation in terms of what tools the jurisdictions are using. Animal shelter, so Supervisor Swarthout said that she took a break. That is not so. She was out of the country, but still attended the visioning exercise and planning for the animal shelter. And I'm really pleased to say it is moving forward. We'll be coming back to the board with some financing plans as well as share of costs with our jurisdictions. Court reuse planning session, that was with Supervisor Hall. We took a tour of the courthouse. If you ever question that we need a new courthouse, take a tour. About a third of the building clearly is locked off for different reasons. It is really demonstrates the need to not only reuse that building, but our community really needs a modern courthouse for services. I want to share with the public that our cannabis ordinance as well as our housing ordinance are out for public review and comment. That really reflects the work of the ad hocs of the board and the policy direction of the workshop last year. Our biomass project is moving forward, so we are looking at a pilot out by the Operations Center on LeBar Meadows Roads. Eastern County Library JPA is moving forward. I know it was of high interest and importance to the board that Placer County was included as a partner, and they are looking at bringing an item to their board in the next month or so to be part of the JPA. So that's really important piece of information for us and how that project will be accomplished. And then we talked about the pancake breakfast. First time I went, super impressive. This is really done by one community individual that started with his work, I believe, on the MAC. Is that true, Ms. Supervisor Schofield, and that's Dan Rosovich. And he not only brings community together, but he brings poster boards on all the county projects. So I think it serves as a model that maybe other supervisors want to look at for your own districts. It was really great conversation, really brought focus to projects that are coming up in a really informal way. And then met with Grass Valley City Manager Tim Keyser. We talked about animal shelter, fire services, and shared services. And then met with Tom Last, Contractors Executive Director, with Jeff Dellis yesterday to continue to bring focus to career technical education in the construction field.
So thank you, Allison, for the update. Jeff, do you want to give us a brief update?
Chair Bullock, honor members of the board, your chief of staff, great to be with you today. Yeah, it's good to be back. I've been gone for a couple of weeks, and so it's really nice to see all of you. I'll kind of run through, it's been a little bit. Some of it is very duplicative, I think, of some of the comments you made, so also recognizing I am the last person separating you from moving forward the rest of your day, so I will keep this brief. I do just want to highlight, attended the National Association of Counties Conference with Supervisor Hall. She talked about the awards and some of the great work that and leadership she's put forward. We also did meet with Paragon, which was great to get a federal legislative check-in. I was also able to meet with RCRC folks there and just kind of talk a little bit about some of the work they've done. In fact, we coordinated and they've been helping support trying to get appointees on our fair, knowing that the fair is tomorrow. So that with all right. Oh, microphone. Okay. So that was really good. And then also being able to accept the award for our IGS department. And one of the things I was telling Allison that I want to make sure to share with you is just how much respect that your IGS director has across the nation is just impressive. As soon as I walk into folks of IT and folks all across the country, and I mentioned Steve Monahan, everyone lights up and says, oh, I know Steve. And so I think just really representing how well he represents our county, it is very impressive. Also, Supervisor Hook, you mentioned, of course, the meeting with BLM last 2 weeks ago now. Really great. Again, that was a contact we did make through NACO, and so I think there's some really good next steps out there. I'm excited to report that staff held interviews with their Civic Well for our next Civic Well Fellow. Ian Thomas is our current fellow who works on our climate objective. And so Erica Seward, your senior management analyst, has held interviews, and then we offered a position and waiting for that. They should start in September, late September. So we're excited to bring some staffing resources to the climate objective. Attended Shaw, Yoder, Antween, Schmelzer, and Lang, that's your state lobbyist, county land legislative webinar recently and got an update on some key pieces of legislation for the county to pay attention to. That was great. And in fact, one of the ones of note was Assembly Bill 2223 by Aguilar Curry. And we, per your legislative platform, submitted a letter of opposition to this bill specific to a technical advisory that was issued by the governor's administration that would conflate hemp regulations with cannabis cultivators, thereby jeopardizing local control and local processes that our cannabis cultivators are in. So that hasn't been formally rolled into the bill, but counties including Mendocino County and Humboldt County are actually coming in opposition to that, and Supervisor Hall brought that forward, and so that is per your legislative platform. Also participated in a meeting with Pioneer Energy with county executive staff and looking at potential next steps of that. Staff participated in various different RCRC and CSAC meetings supporting you in different ways. And then, of course, I think Supervisor Hook and Supervisor Schofield, you mentioned staff support for our municipal advisory councils and passing those torches off, particularly the South County MAC. So excited to hear that meeting went well. Also, staff is working on final details for the Sustainability Summit related to your climate objectives. So a lot of planning efforts are happening with that. finaling the programming. We have a lot of RSVPs, and so we're looking really good on that. And I want to give a shout out to your analyst, Mandy Stewart, for her work there. Working on various constituent issues. And then also, as Supervisor Bullock mentioned, met with him and the vice chair on office efficiencies and where we can increase efficiencies as your chief of staff. And so excited about that. And then last but not least, we did hold a staff retreat courtesy of the Truckee Donner Land Trust for team building leadership. So that was great. So so it's great to be back with you. And I've already lost one of you, so I'll turn it over to you, Vice Chair Hall.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the good of the order? Then on behalf of the chair,